going to wait to see if it's streaming. I think I'm going to try to stay more than 1 hour and a half. So take a break after 1 hour and a half, and then I think I'll turn the camera off and continue to do whatever I'm doing by that point. So it was harder than I thought it would be because I don't know why, but I was getting an error here when I was setting up the email. I think it was because of the information that I was sending, because the other person or the guy that did this stuff did something that I thought it was really weird, and I didn't understand why he did it like that. He pretty much set up true use state for getting the email, and I'm not really sure. For me, it didn't make sense, but it might be because of something related to Google Analytics that I don't know about. But then I just decided to remove everything and then do the simple way that I did on the other portfolio, which is using only one use state, and then you set the email based on the formal, based on the value of the input. Then after that, you call the function, and then that function makes the call to the API. So in Next.js, you can use serverless functions, which you create this folder called API on the pages, and then you put what are going to be the files that have serverless functions. And whenever you put this URL here or router, however you want to say it, however you say this, it's going to hit the functions on these pages here, on these files. So you put this, and then you make the post request, and you send the email as a JSON string file. And then I used ChatGPT as well to help me with the functions. And then I learned that there's something called Nix file, or Nix, which is a library that allows you to create SQL queries with JavaScript. So it's similar to the way that it works on Django with the manager py file for the migrations. And it was really confusing to me because I didn't remember, because I never did something with the Node.js. The stuff that I did with database was only with the Django framework, and this is slightly different, but I didn't remember this flow of, so first you have to do the migrations. First you have to create the database, then you have to do the migrations in order to create the structure of tables that are going to be existing inside of the file, which in my case is this one that I created. You can see because it's binary, the information. And then after you make the migrations, then you can start adding emails to it. So I think one of the reasons why my stuff wasn't working is because I did the things on a reverse order. I put the function here because I forgot the whole thing about migrations. And I also, it's still a little bit confusing for me now because I don't understand the flow of making the migrations, because with the Nix file, I created this initial.js based on a ChatGPT prompt, and then the ChatGPT prompt gave me a wrong answer, I think, or an incomplete answer, because it told me to use a command on the command line that didn't exist, which is using the Nix keyword, but in reality, I have to use Yarn, which makes a lot more sense, or a package manager, or the npx that comes from React, I think, in order to run the script. But then pretty much what you do is I think maybe, yeah, you run this thing here, and then based on the whatever configuration you put on the Nix file, then I think in this case I follow a tutorial, and then I put this path here, and then it's gonna find the file that has the path, which is this initial, and then it's gonna create whatever commands you put here. And this is how you create the table, and then you put a command in case you wanna drop the table. And one thing that I was thinking about just before I start streaming now is how I'm gonna get the testimonials for this. So I'm thinking about, I was thinking about, oh, also the other thing that I did was these icons here. And I also had to research some stuff. I'm gonna show that before I talk about this. That I was thinking about should put a form here for people to send testimonials after they get the stuff, so I can accumulate these testimonials for later pages that I build. But then I think it's gonna be better to just say to just ask for them to DM me on Twitter or something like that. I think that's an easier way, because if I put an input, then I'm only gonna get the text. So if I receive the testimonial from any sort of social media like Discord or Twitter or any place that has the photo of the picture of the person, the profile, is better, because that way I can get their profile, their name, and then put the text, and it's just gonna look a lot better. So I think, but then I also have, I'm probably gonna research this later as well. I'm gonna do this for now, but I'm gonna research later, because people must have an automated process for this, because I don't wanna, obviously if you start getting a bunch of testimonials, you don't wanna do manually each one of them to get the profile and then put the tags. So there must be easier ways, or maybe people just get like 50 testimonials or something like that, and they do those manually, and then the rest of them they just either probably a lot of them fake, but the ones that make it real probably use something related to the site analytics to put the number based on the database, I assume. And that's probably what they do, actually. So you just make a ton of them manually, and then you get a lot of them. The rest of them that you don't show the actual testimonial, you just put the number of how many people got this or whatever. Yeah, and for the icons, what I had to do is, because Next.js, it doesn't work. I was using Font Awesome icons for the portfolio, and I was using React, and in Next.js I think they don't work because they were not showing up. So what you have to do is download a library called Fort Awesome, I think is the name. I think it was in the footer here. Yeah, Fort Awesome. And then after you download this, you create the components, and then you put the link inside of the, you wrap the component with the link. And this is the stuff that was different, because if you use Font Awesome, then you have to create an icon tag or an icon component, and then you put the name of the class is gonna change, is gonna make the icon, but it's the other way around, where you have to put the icon. No, actually is the same, but I was confusing the two. I thought first I tried to wrap the link with the Font Awesome icon, and then obviously it didn't work. And then I tried to research how the icon works and look at the source code, but then eventually I realized that I just need to put the icon inside of the link, and then it's gonna work. Let's forget to change this. The other thing that I find out is this site here, this YouTube channel that's extremely good. And I think after I finish the landing page and I start creating the blog, I'm gonna follow as much as I can from these videos. They are very good. And they also have something that allows you to they review your website for free. I imagine that they do this like a sales funnel, where they review this stuff for free, and then they try to upsell you with something with their service. And they don't have the price, obviously, but I imagine it's expensive. But maybe I can get the review for free and then upgrade the website, and then as soon as I can, as soon as I have enough money, then I can maybe work with them. And then the step that I'm at now is to try to figure out how to make the files available. I'm still not sure, actually. I'm thinking about whether or not to study Nix first, to try to make sure that I got these migrations down, because on the tutorials I saw when they were running the migration thing here, it was creating other files inside of the migrations. And I think that's because you want to keep a history of migrations, because migrations, the way that it works is pretty much changes that you make to database, to the structure of the database. So whenever you insert or remove something, that's not a migration because that's just adding or removing data from the database. But if you want to drop a table or change the structure of the table, then that's considered a migration. And you ideally want to keep track of the history because you can imagine that if you change something and then you regret it, then it's better to have something that you can roll back to, and you don't lose that data, the data that way. But for this case specifically, I'm not really sure if it's worth going through that because I'm probably gonna have to go through that again when I'm building the blog. And I'm also thinking about that. I think I'm going to delete the template that I made here, or that I copied, and I'm gonna use, once I finish the landing page, I'm gonna use the landing page as the template for building the blog. And after I finish this, I think I'm gonna start building the blog right away. And the blog is gonna be extremely hard to build actually, I think, because I'm gonna have to make a bunch of different things. So let's run this, see if it still works. Yeah, already up to date. And then also I used ChatGPT to create a script that allows me to see, because I didn't want to research again how to select tables and look at the documentation for SQLite 3. Then I asked ChatGPT and it made me this little script here, and then I can run this to see the list of emails on the file. And the reason why I did this is because I wanted to see if the emails were being added correctly. So let me test. Also, it might be worth it to search for regex or things like that to validate the input and be more careful about. And also, I think I'm gonna try to do script stuff here to see if I can inject HTML or not JavaScript code into the thing. I think that the form inputs come with the protection, but I'm not really sure. So if it doesn't, I wanna sanitize the inputs to decrease the chances of getting hacked. So here there's a problem already. Yeah, so it's probably a problem with the file because I changed. Oh, I still didn't add this thing. And also, based on the videos of the other channel there that I showed, I understood now what's the point of having the page head. So pretty much the page title is what's gonna show on the search engine. The first thing that people see that is highlighted for the website, I think is the page title, and then description is the thing that is on the bottom. Maybe I shouldn't search for this. Let me think about something to search. Yeah, so the page title is this thing here, and the page description is this thing here. And that's why it matters for SEO, and I didn't know that. So the reason why it is difficult to figure these bugs out is because there is no clear message here. Oh, no such table. Oh, it's because I'm creating the users table instead of emails. Emails. I think that's the mistake that I was getting there. And then I think this is recommended to do in order to put, but I'm not really sure, to protect against SQL injection. Use placeholders, but I have to study that again. It was working before. Did I start? Okay. It's difficult to figure out what is wrong exactly. I know that the thing there is working. I'm gonna close this. Then I searched for stuff on how to make the... I think there's two ways to allow people to download files. One is choose the response object and then call the download method of the response object. And the other one is to send it as a file. And also remember that Node.js has you can use buffers to send files if the file is too big, then, and also this happens with serverless functions as well, because there's a limit to how much data you can send. So if I encounter this error, I'm gonna have to figure out how to send which shouldn't be hard, I think. Send the file through a buffer so that it doesn't pass, it sends only portions of it and it doesn't hit the limit. And then I made the zip of this stuff that I'm gonna send, which is in this method's zip here. So I get the path, get the path of the file, and then call this function. And the send file sends the file. But it didn't test this because I'm testing the email first. Then if the email works, my plan is to call the redirect here, and the redirect is gonna direct them to this download API. And then the reason why I did things like this, where I select the email here, I asked ChatGPT to create a function to filter the database based on the email, because I want to prevent people from going directly into the download route without putting the email and then getting the stuff. And so here probably yeah, this is, I'm not sure, because it's probably better to remove the send file from this. And then yeah, because I don't know if this is gonna give me an error if the email doesn't exist on the database, and then it's just gonna go through this here, or if the email exists, it's gonna go to the else statement. But it might be possible that I have to remove this from here and then use the row variable as a flag variable to make so first initialize it as false here outside of this method, then I make it true if the row exists, and then if the variable is true, I send the file outside of the method, but I'm not really sure. Well, first let me try to figure out what's wrong here. Just clearly hitting this thing here. Inserts. I think it's the query that is wrong. Oh, yeah. SQLite 3 maybe. That's what's wrong. Yeah, it's creating a new file, that's why So this was correct because the tables is emails, and then I'm inserting the email value, which is it's here. So this creates a table with an ID that is gonna keep track of the emails and then the email value. Hopefully it works now. And I'm also getting this error here that I was trying to figure out what's the problem. And I tried to put on this part here on this object, this next default locale, but it doesn't work. So I imagine that is something to do with the page head that I removed because of this message here. Well, it's saying that the root URL defines a query parameter next default locale that is missing. It might be something to do with the Google Analytics as well. I'm not really sure. Yeah, there we go. And now I'm gonna check to see if the email exists. Yeah, nice. So this is the script that I talked about before, and it's showing me the email that I just put there, which means that the function is working. So now I'm gonna uncomment this and see what happens. Because now I know this stuff is working, so if it doesn't work, it's probably because there's an error here. Either an error here or the redirect is not, the function itself is not working. But it's obviously more likely that there will be a mistake here. And then I'm also gonna try to access the route directly and see what happens. Yeah, so there is an error. So maybe I should remove this stuff. I'm gonna put this outside here and you should put a return statement outside of the... I think I'm gonna have to put other message. I'm gonna look for a tutorial for this, I think. In case... I remember seeing a tutorial, in case it's not the method that I'm looking for. And that's another thing that I don't know, because this is a post request. But then on the redirect, I'm not sure if it's gonna be a post or... if it's... maybe I shouldn't put the if statement there. Yeah, but then the issue is that people can send post requests to the thing. Which wouldn't be good, I think. Yeah, I was receiving this error here previously, and I'm not really sure why. It's definitely a problem with the thing, but I'm not sure exactly why it gives this error here. It's obviously hitting the 500 here, but why it gives me this exact error? I was hitting this one. Oh, I don't have error here. I don't have this object. Also, maybe it is working. I think I'm gonna put an easier email. Gonna use this one. And now it just gets stuck. Maybe I'll just send this JSON. So now I know that it's hitting this thing here. So it means that it's not a GET request. So maybe let me remove this stuff and test like this. My only concern with doing this is that I'm not really sure. I think I'm gonna have to test if I can send a post request directly to the download router, download path. Because I am getting the email from the body. So I have to see if there is any way to prevent the SQL injection here. Or what are the ways to prevent SQL injection? Oh, and I'm using, maybe that's the error there. So let me try that again. I changed to SQLite 3 because I used SQLite because of the tutorial was falling, but ChatGPT recommends the using SQLite3. Then I search and it looks like SQLite3 allows you to use, it compresses more information or is more efficient for storing the data because of the way that it handles each data type in the database. So I decided to go with SQLite3 because it seems better. But then I forgot to change the names. Okay, so let me see if it works now. It's still 500. Other thing that I forgot is that when you put this console logs here, it's not gonna show on the browser because this is from the server side, so the console log shows on the terminal. And before I was trying to debug with console log, and I was waiting to see something on the browser, but then I forgot that it shows up here. Okay, so it is seeding this thing here. About sending a response. And the reason why I'm using this is because ChatGPT asked for. I used ChatGPT and then it said that choose redirect. But maybe it's better if I put on this request here. I think it makes more sense as well. I should just send the file here and then let me try to do that. Then I don't even need to have this function here. Oh, I forgot to copy or paste the function to send the file. I was gonna paste it outside there, but then I think I forgot. Before I forget, I'm gonna change this again. Yeah. Should have copied, pasted before. Because the Vim shortcuts on VS Code erase the copy history, some of them, I think. Let's try again. That doesn't work. This is from Google, from YouTube, I think. So this is the problem. I think I'm gonna try to I'm gonna follow a tutorial. I'm not really sure if this is the best way. Because the thing is, I think the answers ChatGPT were giving me is for a server, for a Node.js server, and I'm not really sure what the differences are between using the serverless function from Next.js and creating an Express server So what I can do is create the server here as well, the Express server, and then doing this that way. But then the problem if you do like that is I'm not really sure if it works, if you deploy on Vercel, if it's gonna work, because then I think it requires to have a server, and then you can't use the free deployment, I think, from Vercel. So if I want to make this work, I have to use the serverless functions, and then I don't need to. I can set up the database hopefully, and I don't need to. I can use the free thing that they have there. Oh, I didn't erase this, so this might be the error there. Let me try again. Nice. I was getting the same message, so. So what I'm gonna do is comment this out and then do the download thing. I think it's just downloading the file path. I can do in the front end as well, in the client. Yeah, so there's two different ways. One way is to put the download here, and the other way is to use the den on this thing here. Or I can send. Can I send? I think. Yeah, it probably works. It's just a question of which one is the best. I was thinking about sending the files with the response. So on this message here, just send the file. Yeah, I could just create the file object here and then send it. Or I can create a string and then send. But you have, for creating the string, it should be like this, but maybe it's wrong. I think it's supposed to work in the same way that Node.js servers work, because it probably uses that under the hood, but I'm not really sure. Yeah, so one option is to send the response, and then I allow them to download through here. The other is to try to allow them to download, but I think I have to send with the response as well. I think I would have to put here the then. If I could do it like that as well, put the then here and then allow them to download inside of the function in the then, just like the guy is doing there. But he's using Axios, but I think it would be the same thing if I use this thing here.
File got downloaded because we name it as downloaded, so if I name it as downloaded 123, save it, again go to downloaded 123, you can see the file also is stuck inside. So one thing more, what we are doing, this is the data we are getting to, blog, type, image, so we are just converting this data to the file download file, okay? So that's the way you can do it. So guys,
And it's hard to find this stuff for Next.js. So probably this is the best way to do it actually. Just send with their response. And then use something on the front end to allow them to download. When I ask ChatGPT again, I think I have a better question. Oh, that's probably the mistake, because the method of send file is from fs, not the response. Yeah, but I don't think this would work, but maybe if I incorporate this stuff here. Yeah, but this is not a good way because they have too many files. So what can I ask? Just send. Because I wanna send the zip right away. This way is recommending me to. Oh, did I? No, it's class 3. I think this is from before. Because I already have the zip and I want to send the zip. But the way that is recommended me is to create the zip on the thing. But that's not a feasible way for me to do it because I have too many files. So I have to think about a better way. How, the question is, how can I ask a question that is gonna give me a different response? It's gonna be the same thing from before, I think. Or maybe I have to put this stuff here. I think I'm also gonna search for videos. And the other way that I'm thinking about is creating a file object. Maybe I'll have to do get a new other library, because for files I think the FS module allows you to create a file object, and then you can pass that as a response inside of the JSON here, I think. And you would have to call JSON string file, I think. It's probably not the best method. I think the best method is something that involves the pipe stuff and buffers, because of the size of the thing. But the thing I'm not sure about is how similar it's gonna be. I think I'm gonna search for Node.js things because it's gonna be easier to find. And it's probably very similar, if not the same, or Next.js serverless functions. you would think that there would be videos about this because it's a common problem. But there's definitely a way to do it because I downloaded zips before from several websites. So maybe I'm not looking in the right way. I think I can try these other methods as well.
Hey guys, today I want to discuss understanding the response object that you receive as a result of making an HTTP request. So I'm going to do a very, very quick review of the JavaScript object, and then I'm going to take that basic understanding of JavaScript objects and apply it to understanding response objects. So I have this project I've already started here. It's just a bare Next.js project. I've got an index component, and I've got an object inside of that component called Travis. It's got a few different values on it. Basically, what I wanted to go over was referencing values on an object. So we know that if we want to reference that object, we can just call on it Travis, and we've referenced that object. But now, if we want to reference specific properties on that object, we can do so by referencing the object's name dot the name of the property that we want to access from that object. So for us, the object name is Travis, so we do Travis dot, and then if we want to access the hobby property on that object, we can just say Travis dot hobby, and we can actually check to see if that works correctly by just logging that value to the console. So console.log Travis dot hobby. Now when our component renders, it should just log the value of Travis dot hobby to the console. So now that I've saved that, we should be able to go into the browser, and when we refresh our page and the component re-renders, it should just automatically log the value of Travis dot hobby to the console. And you can see here it's logged music, which is correct. So that's a basic concept of accessing properties on an object. Now we're going to take a public API, send an HTTP request to that public API, and log the response object to the console so we can see what that object looks like. And the API that I'm going to be using is the Punk API. It's just an API that provides endpoints so that you can make requests to a database, and it gives you a list of fake beers. So here it shows us the endpoint for just getting all beers, and I'm going to implement that into my project. If you watched the Chuck Norris Fact Generator video, you saw that I used the Axios library to make HTTP requests. I'm going to use that exact same library in this project, and so first I'm going to bring it into my project by saying Axios equals require Axios. Now I have access to the Axios library. I can get rid of this object. I'm not going to need it anymore. What I'm going to do is create a button that triggers an HTTP request. I'm going to replace this title with say beer punk. Now I'll create a button that just says get all beers. And what I'm going to do is provide an on-click handler to that button so that when it gets clicked, an HTTP request gets fired. And use this endpoint right here provided in their documentation. Headers, request, status text. So what this is the list of properties that exist on this object, the response object. So the same way that we had our Travis object and we said Travis dot whatever property we wanted. Here we can reference one of those properties by saying res dot config or res.data or res.headers. Now I know from using this API that the information that I want is going to be in the data property of the response object. So here we have this large array of all these beers, and each one of those is its own object. So if we expand that first object, we see that each beer has all of these different properties on it. So there are objects nested inside of objects. And if I want to display all of those beers on that array, and we will say from breaking when the array is empty, I'm going to say greater than
Maybe I have on the
array, and render an
folder.
element for each item on that array.
Because I remember there were questions about this on the Turing thing, and I did study a bunch of these things before, several times. About Node.js, and I also remember asking a bunch of questions to ChatGPT about this. But maybe it was something different. I think it was on desktop study. Because I remember there were questions about streams, file streams, and things like that. I think I'm gonna look for videos about Node.js, and it's
Should
gonna
be
be easier to
downloaded,
find probably.
regardless of what it is. And we can even give it a name to use for the file once it's downloaded. I'm going to call it mydata.csv. Okay, let me format this really quick, and then we can append this to the document by calling document.body.appendChild and append that anchor tag. This puts it into the document so that we can actually click on it. Once we click on it by calling a.click, it's going to trigger the download of our file. And at that point, we can clean things up. So I'm going to move my url.revoke object URL down here, and then we'll also remove our anchor tag from the document by calling a.remove. And that's it. That's everything that we need to download this data up here to my computer without having to host this data on a server somewhere. So I copied all the code that we've just written. I'm going to paste it into my DevTools here. We can see the data up here. We're creating blob. We've got the href. Don't need that comment. We create the link, append it to the body, click on it, revoke the object URL, and remove the link to clean up. So I should be able to run this. And then Chrome has just downloaded this file. And if I open it up, we can see the data appearing here in this nice little table. So it properly downloaded it as a CSV, and my computer recognized that should be opened in this case, Numbers, which is the spreadsheet program I have on my computer. So let's take this code and make it so that it's more generic, so we can pass in any data that we want and any name for the file when it's downloaded. So I'm going to delete the data that we have up here, create a new function declaration, we'll say it's download file, and it's going to take data as a parameter, and we'll also pass in a name. We'll make it so that it has a default value of mydata.txt, so that we don't have to always pass some name in for the file. then we're already using data here when we create our blob. I'll delete this comment. And then the only other thing we need to do is just use the name parameter for the download attribute down here. So now I'm going to format this, and we can use this function anywhere that we want in order to download any kind of arbitrary files. And that's all there is to it. You can use this to first generate some kind of file on the browser, and then download it to the user's computer whenever the user wants. Files. And that's all there is to it.
I'm not sure if this works though. That's the problem. For this stuff that I'm trying to do.
You need to provide a key. So for mine, I'm going to say the key is the index. After that, we need one element or more. Then this logic gets UI. So it's mapping through that entire array, and for each. And you're likely to use it a lot if you're going to be doing web development. This is the way that you give users access to certain data, and it's also how you dictate which pieces of that data are visible and accessible to the user.
If you're wanting to learn backend development, this is a perfect project for you. We're going to be creating a simple file sharing application, and the reason this is such a good backend project is because it touches on all the most important backend concepts. We have everything from routing, server setup, database integrations, file storing, password management, and so much more. With that said, let's get started now. Welcome back to Web Dev Simplified. My name is Kyle, and my job is to simplify the web for you so you can start building your dream project sooner. And first, I just want to download the project we're going to be building so you can see everything that's going on in this project. As you can see, we have a file picker over here. We can choose any file we want to upload. For example, file 1, let's just upload that. And we can give it a password or not. If we don't give it a password and click share, it's going to give us a link to that file. We can send that to our friend. They can click on this link, and they're automatically going to get prompted to download that file. No password needed. But let's say we have a file we want to secure with password. Let's say file 2, for example. Now we're going to type in a password such as test, click share, and again, it brings us back to the same page and gives us a new link. When we click on that link, you can see it asks us to put in the password. If we put in the wrong password and click download, it's going to say incorrect password. While if we type in the correct password, click download, it's going to download that file for us. And best of all, we're also supporting things like keeping track of how many times different files are downloaded and so on, all inside of our database. So this project covers all those different concepts, and it's actually pretty simple to build. Now to get started with this project, I have a completely blank folder open, and the very first thing I want to do is I want to run npm init. I'm just going to pass -y, which is just going to default all the options for us. So you can see that's just giving us a package JSON file. If this gives you an error, it means you need to download Node. I have a full video on that. I'll link it in the cards and description for you. Now once that's done, we want to install the dependencies we're going to use for this project, and there's quite a few. So we can say npm I, that stands for install, and we can list out each individual dependency. So the first dependency we're going to need is Express. That's going to be for handling all of the routing and server-side logic. Next, we're going to do Mongoose. That's going to be for integrating with our MongoDB database, since we're going to be using a MongoDB database. The next library I want to install is called Molter. This library just takes care of file uploads for us because by default Express doesn't handle them, so this makes it a little bit easier for us. Next, we're going to have a library called EJS. This is our templating language, so when we want to create our different HTML views, we're going to write this in EJS. We need bcrypt, which is going to be for handling hashing of our passwords. In order to make sure all of our passwords are secure, we're going to use this bcrypt library, and when we get that, I'll explain it a little bit more in depth. And then finally, we're going to have a library called .env. This is just going to allow us to have an environment variables file where we can store all of our different environment variables, such as like our database URL and our port for our server. That way, we can keep our information for that locally outside the file and then use different information on our production server. Now, there's one last dependency we need to install, and this one is a dev dependency, so we're going to say save dev here. And this dependency is called nodemon, and it's just going to automatically refresh our server every time we make changes. That way, we don't have to manually close our server and reopen it every single time. Now, we open our package.json, you can see all these different files and dependencies that we installed over here. And in order to use nodemon, we can just say dev start is the name of our script. And we're just going to type in nodemon script. I'm sorry, let's say server.js. And this is going to essentially run server.js, and it's going to restart that file server.js every single time we make changes to our file and save it. So let's just create that server.js file, and this is where the bulk of our server code is going to go. Now, the very first thing I want to do in this server is just set up our basic Express application. Now, if you're confused or unfamiliar with Express, I have a full crash course on. I'll link in the cards description for you to check out at the end of this video. So what we want to do is we want to say const express equals require express, and that's just going to be taking the Express library we installed with npm and allowing us to access it. And then we can call that express as a function. We're going to store that inside of a variable called app, and this app variable allows us to essentially take all the different server code that we need in order to set up all of our different routing. For example, we can say app.get to create a get route, and that route is going to be first our index page, so just our normal root localhost 3000. And what I want to do is give a function which has a request and a response, and these variables allow us to essentially modify how this different request behaves. This is all of our information like our form inputs, and the response is what we send back to the user. So for our index page, so you're probably going to need to download EJS language, say file with a colon at the end. So style tag, use a file. So now if we save that, we come over here, we say that we're now sending our form to this /upload. So what this little bit of code right here is saying, before we handle our request, I want to do something else. I want to do connect. I want the code I'm about to write is going to our file was uploaded. We can use this file object.
Oh, one thing I can do that I didn't think about is console log the response objects. I wonder if I'm gonna be able to get the methods though. Interesting. So I do get a bunch of stuff. The thing that I'm trying to understand in my mind is at what point should I send the data from the file to download? what is the best strategy to do that? Should I search for ways in the front end after I get the response, and then I handle that on the chain method, the then method of the API call, and then there I use something to allow people to download the file? That seems easier, but it seems like it would be easier to do that, and there's probably solutions for that. But it seems like the best approach is to do it from the server side, I think. But I'm not really sure. Maybe not, because if you're doing it from the server, you also have to... That's the thing that I don't understand. Like, what's the difference between the two? Because the file is already on the project, so... Yeah, but maybe only the server can send the file. I'm not really sure. I think in my mind, what makes sense now is only the server can send the file. But based on the methods that they show on the video there, where you can do that with some library to allow people to download, I'm not really sure. And there's a lot of information. I think the way that it makes more sense in my mind now is that the best way to do it is after you send the post request, then you send a stream of data that contains the file as the response. And once you send that, then it automatically downloads the file on the client side. But I'm not really sure if that's how it works. Because also, if I remember from files that I download, usually they have something that shows up when you click the button to select where the file is going to be downloaded. So I think that's the thing that I have to search for to understand how that works. Because that seems to be something you do on the front end for allowing people to select the place that the file is going to be downloaded. But the actual downloading, for me, makes more sense that it comes from the backend, from the server. It's creating a socket connection between the client and the server. Maybe I should ask ChatGPT that and see if I get an interesting response. Yeah, that's what I imagine. I think that's correct. The server side seems more secure. And that's why I don't like the approach from the video there, because it seems like he's is using the URL object. Now I don't know if it is exploitable or not, but it seems like it would be more vulnerable, would allow for more vulnerabilities than to handle the stuff on the server side. And the file on the client side can reduce the load on the server. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, this makes sense, a lot of sense as well. Didn't think about that. So if you have a big site and people are downloading all the time, then it's gonna put a higher load on the server, and it might make it more expensive. But if you do it on the client side, then each person handles the download on their client instead of giving the length to the bandwidth, increasing the bandwidth for the server. So based on this, I think it probably will be better to figure out how to put this on the then method on this file here after this function. I put something. Oh. Put something here. And then figure out a library to allow people to download from here. Then put the if status inside of the then. Yeah, but I'm gonna have to study a lot more to get a more clarity over this. So let me think. Which will allow the user to swap or the file download. I have to gain more clarity over URL objects. The stuff here. And the attributes and things like that. So another thing that I can do is and it would be a lot more, if this works, it would be a lot more simple, or would be simpler. I don't know exactly how to say that. But to display, because right now I have code that puts logic to display something else here, which is the thank you thing. But I could display this A element here, this A tag with the download, if this works. I think that would be the easier way. But I want to study everything else so that I gain more clarity over this. Which is my case, I think. That's another difference. So if you're hosting the data somewhere else, and then from a different place than where you're hosting the website, then you have to use the server, which makes sense.
Everywhere else in the rest of our application. So now that we have the ability to actually use optional. So what I want to do is use that password. So what I want us manually coming up with this all, we're gonna pass in our file data, :ID. What this does is says, hey, if we go to the route/file and a brand new URL link that's been sent out of text, hi, our download, upload a brand new file. Why that is because up here we can read the body property, upload a brand new file, file free.
He's using RAS download as well. I'm gonna write down this event search to search later in case I can find the answer. So I think the best way to think about this, about searching for these kinds of things, is first, it's like a game tree approach, where first you start with the general concept and try to find an answer to that. And then if you can't find the answer to that, then you have to split down the problem into multiple different sections and do the connection yourself. And I think this is something that's the evolution of AI that we're seeing, I think, where the more specific, the more general the search is, the harder it is to answer the question, because more connections you need to make between different types of things. And there's less supply for that because it becomes harder and harder. So there's this trade-off between the the efficiency of the distribution of the information and how difficult it is to obtain that. And the evolution of things is to become more and more specified over time. That's why that's the computation of the market economy. People become more niche because they're incentivized to gain money. And then that makes it so that the supply grows towards the complexity of whatever is happening based on the impulses of the limbic system of the things we were trying to solve for. So whenever you can't find the questions because there isn't enough people, or it's too specific, or is either too specific or too difficult. So there isn't enough people that are capable of putting all the concepts together and making, or incentivized enough to make a video about it explaining. And then artificial intelligence is slowly catching up to that until it reaches a tipping point, I think. And I think we're close to that tipping point. Because even though ChatGPT is not very good, people make a bunch of memes and stuff, but then ChatGPT 4 is gonna come out next year, and then after that it's gonna be even faster to get GPT 5 and so on. It's gonna scale exponentially. So I think as it scales, the capacity of the AI to find answers to complex problems by making all these connections and then giving a concise answer is going to increase. But yeah, the best search algorithm, I think, for a human being in order to find the answers to questions is to do this approach of starting with the general concept and then breaking the concept down to smaller parts and trying to, it might be an interesting thing to think about, how to optimize this algorithm based on principles and laws of physics. I'm pretty sure you can probably do that. Because if you think about it, you can start with the general concept and then move and break down the concept into smaller parts, like I'm trying to do here, where the general concept is should download the file, make it so that the user can download the zip file. But then it's too hard because there isn't any answer, because it's specifically true that, because I want to do it in Next.js, and it's a zip file, and there's all these other things involved. So then the next step is break that down, and what are the components that are involved in downloading the file. So then you have the client, you have server, you have the streams, and you have the response and request. So there's principles involved in that, and then you break down into those principles, and then you try to gain clarity over the principles and make the connection yourself. But there's probably ways that you can make the search path better by understanding the hierarchy of relevance of the principles. And maybe that's what knowledge is about, becoming better at things is about. I think that's the process of becoming better at things. You just because you increase the complexity of the game tree in your mind of all the principles involved, you are capable of doing the search faster because you have a better hierarchical structure for finding the answers. And that's what search engines are doing, I think. I think this one I don't need to search for. But maybe I should just copy everything and then I'll think about it later. So the thing that I'm concerned about here is that I don't have a lot of understanding about the under the hood source code of Next.js and how it's related to Node.js. So that's the thing. I want to study that, but I'm concerned that I might start deviating too much because I have the tendency of doing that. If I go that route of trying to figure out the answer by searching Next.js source code and then also studying all this stuff. But I think it's worth it probably because it is a fundamental thing, and I think it's something that I'm not good yet. Even though I studied a lot, I think that's a good opportunity because since it's something that I actively trying to do and invested on, it's more likely that I'm going to remember better later if I use that as a way to study as well.
There, now that file is uploaded. Now when I click this link,
Instead of just trying to solve the problem, which is to allow people to download the file after the email is sent.
Immediately, so we're not taking into account the password. So we need to check to see if a file has a password. If so, then we need to do some logic to make sure that we redirect to a password page. So before we do any of this code up here, what I want to do is a simple if check. I want to say, hey, you know what? If file.password is not equal to null, that means our file has a password. What we want to do is we want to check to see if we also have a password being passed up. So we can say if our request.body.password is equal to null, well, that means we don't have a password being passed up. That means that we went to this page by clicking on the link and we didn't give it a password yet. So we need to redirect them back to the password page. So we can say res.render password, and then I just want to return. And that way we don't accidentally download the file as well. And then I'm going to have another if check down here, and this is going to be for checking our password. But we're not going to do this quite yet, but this is just going to be check password, something like that. For now though, if I now go to this link, you're going to see it tries to bring me to that password page. We're going to get a bunch of errors because we have some crashes, and that's just because saying here request.body.password equals null cannot read properties of undefined. Now that's because it cannot read this body property. Now you may be wondering why that is, because up here we could read the body property just fine. And the reason we could read it up here fine is because when we uploaded this page, if we remember correctly, we were uploading a multi-part form. We specified that in our HTML. So we go back to our server here. This is a multi-part form. And Molter, when we use the Molter library like this with destination uploads and uploading a
So
single
the question I have is, what is the relationship between the request and response objects and the URL? I think that's the thing that I'm confused about. Because I know you can put things on the GET request like this thing here, AB channel. This is a variable, it's a key value pair that you send with the request object. So I know that this is related to the URL, but I'm not sure how it works with the browser engines and this process, because I know when you send that over the internet, you send over the domain, which is this thing here, and then the domain gets broken down through two IPs through the router, or whatever you say that, the internet thing that I don't know the name, which is the application that converts these domain names into IP addresses, and then every server, I think, or client has IP addresses, and then one server can have multiple IP addresses, and they have a MAC address as well. The MAC is a unique identifier for the physical hardware, I think. And then one MAC address has several IPs, if I remember correctly. So what's happening is this information is traveling across the wires through these protocols of communications, which are different because you have to find a way to... You can't just send... There are some problems if you send the bits because the information might be lost or stolen or something like that. And then there's these protocols of communications, which are TCP, UDP, or whatever other protocol. And then this domain name thing gets sent over through that. But then you also have the request and the response. And they both have to be sent as well because you can use them on the server side. So I guess I don't understand what is the connection there between all of these things. And what are the things that are creating the protocols of this? I studied this a lot before, but I need to review with this context in mind. I think, yeah. I think it will be a good thing for me to study this now, probably. So I think I'm going to spend a lot of time doing that. Maybe I'll focus on solving the problem now, and after I solve the problem, then I go back to studying and gain more clarity over this.
File. This allows us to read a multi-part form. Down here, we're just using a normal form. And Express, by default, doesn't know how to use a normal form. So we need to tell it how to use a normal form. So if we go all the way up to the very top here, what we can do is we can say app dot, and we want to use a specific piece of middleware. This middleware is called express.url encoded, and we pass extended of true. What this little bit of line of code right here does is it says, hey, I now want you to understand how forms work that are sent via a form tag inside of HTML. That's what the URL encoded part for us. And this extended true is just something that you need to add in order to make it work. And we click save. Hopefully that's going to get rid of our errors. And if we refresh, you can see that it did get rid of that error, and now it's just saying failed to find our view called password. And it's because we don't have a file in our views folder called password. We need to create one. We're just going to create a new file, password.djs, with just the boilerplate code. Now this password page is going to use the exact same form. I'm actually just going to copy this form exactly, paste it in here. I'm just going to get rid of the file input and get rid of the part that says multi-part form. And then for our upload portion, our action here is actually just going to be removed completely because by default, if you don't have an action, it's just going to send to the exact same page you're already on, and then we're going to leave this as a post here. So by default, we're just going to resend this URL back to the page that we're already on, and here we're asking for a password. I just want to make sure the password field is required. Exact same password. Is this password originally the same? To see if we have any errors. So I'm going to come down here, up here, I'm going to create a function called handle download. This is going to take in a request and a response. And inside this handle download, I'm going to take all of the code that we did in our GET request, I'm just going to paste it inside there. So this is just doing the exact same thing. And then I want to use our handle download, and this must be an async function. There we go. So for our GET, what we can do is we say, hey, we want to do a handle download just like this. We can do the same thing for post, and this is going to work just fine.
Also remember that is single Node.js is single threaded and is async. It works based on event loops, I think. But I don't know. I don't have a lot of clarity over the connection between that and the URL and request response objects. I guess it receives the data and then the data goes into these event loops. But I have to remember more how it works because I forgot. So I'm gonna watch these videos again.
Good morning. I'm so excited because I get to talk about my two favorite things. I get to talk about the VA JavaScript engine and
Also have to finish this playlist here that I'm playing this at 3x speed because the guy speaks really slowly. And that's one of the biggest reasons why I don't like this kind of style of teaching. I think it's outdated. Because they spend a bunch of time talking about a bunch of things. That's why I'm delaying watching this, but I want to finish this. This playlist here is extremely good. because he talks about a lot of things that are related to the machine level thing, machine level code and the operational system. But it's very boring to watch the videos.
And in this video, we're going to strip things back a little bit. We're going to take a super deep dive into JavaScript. So we're going to look at how the code that you write in JavaScript turns into executable machine code that either runs on your browser or in Node.js in the backend. And in particular, we're going to focus on the V8 engine that powers both Node.js and, of course, Google Chrome, or any other sort of Chromium-based browser engine, whether it's Chrome itself, or whether it's Brave, or whether it's Edge. Now, of course, although we're going to look at the V8 engine specifics, what we're looking at will also apply to Firefox or any other JavaScript-based engine. So why are we going to do this? Well, first thing is, I don't believe in magic, right? So, I mean, I love Harry Potter stuff, but yeah, I don't like this idea that I'm going to write some code and then magic stuff happens and I have no idea what's happening. If I want to be a great developer and I want to write amazing code, then I need to understand how the code that I've written turns into whatever's going to be executed on the machine side. And that's what we're going to focus on today. And to be honest, it's going to be a lot of fun. We are going to understand some really key computing concepts, whether it's things like accumulators or register machines. It's going to be a lot of fun. And let's get started. Alright, so the first thing we're going to do is create a super simple JavaScript function, and then we will see how that is executed throughout the V8 engine. Alright, so let's head across my machine. First thing I'm going to do is bring up VS Code for a second. Let's just expand out my screen, and we'll add a new file. And I think we'll call this example.js. Nice and simple. So what we're going to do is create ourselves a super simple function, and all it's going to do is return.
On the whole search thing, I think I just thought about this as well. What you can do potentially, because it is related to what I'm trying to do, which is to compress the information that I learn here and put it on the other channel to make. So it's like a service that I'm trying to provide, and that's the goal of trying to grow the other channel. Is like creating a funnel of information where I work as the gateway of which is pretty much what all the social media people are doing. It's like working as a gateway of information. So we have all this, or a filter of information. So we have all this complexity, then it gets filtered through figures of authority, and this authority is gaining a lot of followers, and which is this analogous to the funnels that they create as well. So it's kind of like one of those things that should measure time passing of the send, where you put send to measure the time passing. I think that's how it works on the collective consciousness as well, where I have these funnels of information that works as a filter, and they make money by upselling things, and that creates the cycle of the economy of people pay for these people to advertise, and that's why the information gets corrupted over time as well, and it creates these cycles. But what I was thinking about is that in order to optimize this function, I think one thing that I could do, and I think that human beings subconsciously do as well, or maybe even consciously, which is the thing that I'm trying to do, which is distinguishing the nuances from the main patterns. And because everything there has fundamentals because of the law of gravity. So reality is the distribution that is the symmetry between potential and order. And if you have too much order, then time doesn't change because you have no entropy. Everything stays the same, so you don't have space-time. If things change too much, then it's too unstable, and nothing can survive because they're issue random. So reality sits at the distribution of the true in relationship to an observer. So everything that you learn is always going to have patterns that stay the same, and these patterns are equivalent to the law of gravity and the density of space-time, or density of the frequency of the computation of the awareness that's perceiving space-time, which is the same thing because it's quantum entanglement. Because you can separate observer from what's being observed, but so what that means is that this is what creates archetypes through time, where you have a bunch of histories, and that's why people usually go towards the common sense or towards the path of least resistance, because if you have a story that holds them, that's why movies that have the archetypes embedded into them do very well, because it's like the subconscious of the collective consciousness is teaching itself through history of the threats of the environment, through the histories, through the stories. So it's like archetypes survive over time, and then they pick up gravitational force, because in the same way that human beings pick up patterns and they stick to those patterns because there's higher probability that they will survive by sticking to them, even though those patterns might be damaging to them or not optimal. because energy always flows towards the path of least resistance. So there's this gravitational force around being on our comfort zone. So what that has to do with the search thing is that there's probably a fractal approach to reduce or to optimize the search engine that I'm talking about here, this process of figuring out solutions for towards things. I think that's what I'm trying to do underlying this stuff. Because if you think about it, the fractal would be the fundamental laws. So the fractal is like the laws of physics. And that's why the laws of physics work really well, because there's higher density of information between them, because it survives for a longer period of time. So time and space are connected like that, because it's the same thing. So becoming better at searching things and understanding things is all about becoming better of understanding the multifractal that represents the information that you're trying to integrate into your abstraction or to your patterns of behavior. So it's like you're feeding the universe the abstraction of your electromagnetic impulse of your body that creates the abstraction is being fitted with the universe, which is this multifractal object. And the process of learning is this funnel of information of your system becoming in sync with the environment through this flow. And the better you are at gaining clarity over and more accuracy over the multifractal structure of the object, which is dependent on time and density, because these things are all connected. And that's why it's very hard for people to understand things sometimes, because we experience time linearly. So people make mistakes because they are not able to gain clarity over the multifractal structure, because through time they lose sense of the accuracy of cause and effects relationships that represent that object. So there is this overfitting or underfitting of the essence of the multifractal structure that they're trying to understand. And that has to do with the rationalizations and the tendency of the comfort zone, following the path of least resistance that is created through gravity. But then there's a counter argument that you can say that because there's this entanglement between observer and what's being observed, these people are actually correct, because otherwise they wouldn't exist. So the gravitational force that creates the rationalization is also part of the multifractal structure of the object, because there's codependency between that and the other path, because the other path is not rationalizing and is becoming the leader and the person that is conscious enough to redirect their behavior based on new information, and that creates the structure of the pyramid. And I think that's why, that's the flow of information, and that's why the structures of memory are also follow this pattern.
The number 5. So we'll call this function return 5. We're not going to set any parameters in for just now. So I'm going to create some brackets, and literally all I'm going to do is return the number 5 from the function. That is it. And then all we will do is log it out to the console. So we'll call return 5. And then just make sure it works okay, we'll run across my terminal. You see I've got example.js. I'm going to run this in Node.js rather than browser, but the same applies in browser. And the reason I'm running it in Node.js is we're going to have a look at some of the bytecode that's generated, etc. So it's going to be a little bit easier to do that in Node.js rather than mucking around with the browser. All right, so to execute that, I'm just going to type node example.js, and of course it returns number 5. So that's now working. All right, so let's switch across my iPad for a second, and we'll run the workflow that your source code is going to follow through to turn into machine code and be executing on your machine. So the first thing that we have here is a box that represents my source code. So in this case, it would be example.js. And the first thing that needs to happen is the VIA engine needs to parse that source code. So there's going to be a little parsing routine. We'll have a parser in the middle here, so it's called parser. And then what that's going to output is a thing called an abstract syntax tree. So we are not going to focus that in this video. I just want you to be aware that what happens is it generates this thing called an AST. And think of it like a tree, right? So it's got lots of different nodes on that, and then it gives you a basic idea of what the execution flow is through your application. And so I'm going to focus on that just now. So once that abstract syntax tree is created, that is going to be fed into an interpreter. And what the interpreter is going to do is take all of that abstract syntax tree that's been produced, and then it's going to essentially turn it into a set of virtual bytecode, right? So it's a sort of virtualized machine code. So think of it like a kind of virtual machine. And in particular, the V8 engine is called Ignition. So we'll just write that there, Ignition. And that is actually what we're going to focus in on today. So we're going to focus in on the Ignition engine. And the type of engine that it is it's essentially what is known as a register machine. And we'll explain that in a little bit later. But once that's created, it's got this sort of virtual bytecode that is abstracted away from any particular machine implementation. And then it will run through a couple of optimizers. Again, we're not going to sort of focus on them today, but that machine code will get optimized a little bit. So things like for caching or any sort of speed ups that you can think of. And then eventually that's going to run through a
We'll be right back. I think I'm gonna go grab something to eat because the time for the interval passed and I didn't realize. So I think I'm gonna eat.
I'm Lydia Halley.
I'm gonna eat something while I watch all these videos, and then I'll go back to trying to solve the problem. First, I think I'm gonna try to solve it by using this RAS download here. Then I'll go grab something to eat. I think it accepts the name of the thing. And it doesn't work. I think I'm gonna have to do it. What I'm probably gonna have to do is on the client side, because I also wanna. I prefer when sites have the option to allow you to select the folder you're gonna download the file to. So ideally, after they sign up, it would open that thing to download the file and then start the downloading. That's the goal that I have. I think besides that, I'm not gonna do anything else. I'm just gonna deploy this, and then I'll after deploying, having the link, and because I want to start posting the videos on TikTok for the clips of the previous videos that I did, I just want to have the link and ship it as fast as possible. That's something I learned from the nights and weekends thing, from what they said, and I think it makes a lot of sense that I have the tendency of rationalizing too much or thinking too much, and it's better to just deploy things fast and then iterate as you go instead of trying to make everything perfect first and then deploying. So I think after if I'm done with this, which is the minimal requirement I think for making the page work, then I'm gonna deploy Traversal and get the link, and then I'm gonna start posting the videos. Then I'll worry about the copy. The next thing that I'm gonna do is study the copy, change the style of the text, and also after that, then I'm gonna start working on maybe before I deploy, I'm also gonna copy this and use this as the template for the blog. Because after I'm done with this page, I'm gonna start working on the blog. And yeah. So it didn't work here. So let me put this stuff here. Just to see if there's any difference. That doesn't work. So it has to be stopping here. Oh, obviously. Oh, res.load is not a function. Yeah. So I'm gonna grab something to eat and then I'll watch these videos while I eat. Right back.
My name is Franziska Hinkelmann. I'm a software engineer on Google's V8 team, and I'm also on the TSC, the Node Technical Steering Committee. And I want to show you a little bit what we, the V8 team, have been doing for the last 18 months to better support Node, and therefore all of you Node developers. So what is Node? It's awesome. I hope you thought that's funny because that's the only joke you get to hear for the next 20 minutes. This is all pretty serious, so joking aside, what is Node.js? Well, Node.js consists of a JavaScript runtime. There needs to be something that runs JavaScript, parsing, compiling, and running JavaScript. And a node that is V8, the engine that's also used in Chrome. Another very important part of Node.js is asynchronous I/O based on event loops. In Node, we use libuv for that. Then there's about 100,000 lines of code, JavaScript and C++. They're basically the glue between libuv and V8, and we also need to implement all the modules that you get with Node that you don't explicitly need to download. And I just said it, all the modules, a big part of Node is also the ecosystem of the packages. And since I'm on the V8 team, I'm going to focus on the V8 engine, the JavaScript runtime part. So first of all, some terminology. Depending on the context, we refer to V8 as the JavaScript runtime, a JavaScript engine, a compiler, or a virtual machine, VM. But all these words basically mean the same thing. We're always talking about a JavaScript engine. V8 is the engine that's used in Chrome. And very, very briefly, because we don't have a lot of time, but I just want to go a little bit into some of the very abstract and the optimizations that V8 is doing. So V8 is a just-in-time compiler. That means we compile just in time as we need to run the code. So we compile a little bit, we run it. We compile a little bit, and we run that. So we alternate all the time between running and compiling. Now, why would we do that? Why wouldn't we just compile everything and then run it? Well, the advantage if you alternate between compiling and running is you can collect information while you run the code, and then use this runtime information to compile better code the next time around. So we compile, we run, we collect data, and then we speculate with this data what's going to happen in the future, and that affects how we next compile the code. So we apply these speculative optimizations, and that's the big part that gives you a massive speed up in JavaScript. And I keep saying we, this is not unique to V8, this is actually a concept in all the modern JavaScript engines. Here's a little bit what's happening under the hood. So you have JavaScript source code. At first, the parser parses that and generates an abstract syntax tree. Then Ignition, that is our interpreter, consumes the abstract syntax tree and generates bytecode from that. So we run that bytecode. And I said, as we run it, we collect runtime information and we recompile. So if we run the code and we detect that some functions are hot, that we're running them all the time, then we pass on these functions to our optimizing compiler turbofan, and this compiler now uses some other information that we already gathered at runtime and compiles the functions to even faster machine code. And I said we're making these speculative optimizations. We speculate what we're going to happen, and the optimizing compiler uses those speculations. And if we fail with those, it's not a big deal. We just go back to the slightly slower bytecode. So it's not wrong, it's just a little slower if our speculations turn out to not be true. A little more background, V8 is written in C++. It implements JavaScript according to the ECMAScript specification. Every time there are additions to ECMAScript, we add them to V8 so that you can use the new JavaScript features in Chrome and in Node.js. In JavaScript, you don't have to worry about memory management. It's a garbage collected language, so that is part of V8. And also more recently, WebAssembly is part of V8. What is not part of V8 is, for example, the DOM, the document object model. That is responsibility of the browser to implement that. Or the console. The console is not a JavaScript object defined in the ECMAScript standard. That's something the embedder, so Chrome or Node in that case, are responsible for providing. And also, V8 does not have any notion of file system access. So in Node, we use libuv for that. So the majority of the V8 team sits in Munich, so I hope I don't sound too jet-lagged because it was a pretty long flight. Two of my coworkers are here as well. Peter is going to talk later today about high-performance JavaScript, and Yang will talk tomorrow about some cool things in the debugger. So we have been working on things like code coverage or type profile, but he'll tell you all about that tomorrow. We're around the conference. Please come find us if you want to talk more about V8. So after telling you how much I like V8 and that it has a really cool technology to speed up JavaScript, I have to admit, if you embed V8, it's maybe not all that much fun. So in fact, sometimes for Node, it was really painful to update V8. And that comes from the fact that at least in the past, V8 has exclusively focused on Chrome. We're part of the Chrome organization. Everything that we worked on in the past was to make sure that Chrome has the best performance and that everything works best. So one thing that easily follows from that is we have the same release schedule at Chrome. We release every 6 weeks. And another thing is that any changes to the V8 API, we would make them whenever and however they were good for us and for Chrome. And the API is the part that an embedder, so Node.js, for example, would use to communicate with V8. And the API is not part of the ECMAScript specification. That's an implementation detail. So as an embedder, unless you're Chrome, you never had a guarantee that nothing would change or that it would not deprecate any function calls that you were relying on. So yeah, so the setup that we were focusing on Chrome made it really hard for Node sometimes to keep V8 up to date. But we've realized that Node is really important. And as you saw in Mark's keynote, I mean, the numbers are just massive. 8 million instances a week. Like, I don't even know the number for modules. So we figured out it's our responsibility to make sure that we support Node just as well as we support Chrome. And this is kind of obvious, but I want to point it out anyways. First of all, communication already helps a lot. We're talking a lot more to the Node people. I'm on the Node TSC. We're hanging out a lot on the issue tracker. We have other channels of communication. And just talking about what our plans are and what some problems are, and then figuring out a solution that works for both of us, that's already very helpful. But there's a lot more. And I want to show you some of the examples of what we actually did that was just for Node.js. So you might have seen that Node 8, which is going LTS at the end of this month, we in Node TSC had decided that we would delay the release a little bit. And the reason for that was actually V8. And so what happened there is V8 got a completely new compiler pipeline earlier this year. So our previous compiler pipeline called FullCodeGen and Crankshaft got replaced by Ignition and Turbofan, the interpreter and the optimizing compiler, and we made the switch, I think, around Christmas. Now, when Node 8 was supposed to be cut, the V8 version that would have gone into that was the very last V8 version that was still using the old compiler. And at first we thought, well, that's a really good idea because we have years of experience with the old compiler. So if we put that in Node 8, which is LTS, there won't be any big surprises for the users because we've already handled Crankshaft and FullCodeGen in previous releases. But then we realized, well, wait a second. Node 8 is LTS, so that means it'll be around for 2.5 or 3 more years to give you some stability that you can count on. And if we put in that V8 version with the old compiler pipeline, we will not be able to backward any fixes that V8 does in the next 3 years, because V8 doesn't even have the code anymore that is needed for the old compiler pipeline. If we make any fixes, they will not be able to be backwarded to Node that is using that old 8 version. So we decided we would delay the release a little bit, but then we have another problem. So now we have an LTS version that gets the very first release with the new compiler pipeline, and that is still very rough on the edges because it was the first time that we used it, so that's not really a good solution. The other problem, though, is if we use a slightly newer release of V8, there were 2 more coming before Node goes LTS, we're not giving any time for testing and for module authors to make this work with Node 8. So what the V8 team did is we generated a patch that would guarantee ABI stability. So that's the application binary interface that's even a little stricter than the AP compatibility. So we made that patch, and that actually allowed Node to use the newer V8, have people compile against that binary, and then upgrade V8 behind the scenes without switching the binary interface. And the V8 team also committed to fixing several of the performance regressions that came when we first updated to the new compiler pipeline, and we made sure all of that works well in Node. So has anybody played around with Node 8 yet? You like it? Is it faster? Well, so the reports that we've gotten is that it's not worse. Some code that people are really happy because it's a lot faster. And so that's one of the things that's only possible now because V8 is willing to help Node and not be like, well, we work for Chrome, you do whatever. Okay. So another thing that we did is an integration bot for Node V8. So we integrate the newest V8 into Node to make sure it still builds and we don't break any tests. Big shout out here to Michael, who does not work for us, but he is maintaining the Node V8 canary version. So if you're super experimental and Node Master is not bleeding edge enough for you, you can use those binaries. They are Node Master combined with V8 Master. So it's way newer than anything that you will see in Node for another few months. There was a hash padding vulnerability in Node. It wasn't an issue for Chrome, but we went ahead and fixed that because otherwise Node would have to turn off the V8 snapshot and would have been a performance regression. So some more work young did that. And we've made API changes just for Node. Some of them we did, but we also have Node collaborators. For example, Anna did a lot of changes to garbage collection functions so that they're easier or better to use by Node.js. Anybody here debugging Node a lot? Node debugging? So we're about to deprecate the old debugger, and for, I think since Node 7, you can use the V8 inspector or the Chrome DevTools protocol in Node now. And that was actually a lot of work for us because it used to be that the inspector code lived outside of V8. It was part of Chrome, but not of V8. Now, Node only embeds V8, it doesn't embed Chrome, so it doesn't have access to the inspector. So we first removed all the dependencies that the inspector had on Chrome things, and then moved it over to V8. So now when you get V8, you can use the inspector and nicely debug your Node applications. So I hope I was giving you a little bit of an overview that we are doing a bunch of things. This has started 18 months ago because we want to support Node better. And I'm proud to say that Node is a first-class citizen in V8 now. So in fact, you cannot land a single patch in V8 for the more strictly right now with a different debugging. You would never have
compiler, and then that compiler is going to turn that into the machine-specific code. So if you've got an Intel machine, for example, it's going to create an instruction set that's suitable and optimized for the Intel machine. If you've got something like an ARM machine, or you've got a Mac, Apple Silicon M1, for example, will generate an instruction set that is optimized for that. So it's going to create machine-specific instructions. So that sort of piece in the middle here, this interpreter, has got this sort of machine abstracted code, which will eventually get turned into something specific for a machine. So that's the area we're going to focus in on, and by understanding the virtual code and understanding this register machine, then I think that's going to help us become better JavaScript developers, because we will understand what's going on in the hood. So if we want, we can actually look at the bytecode that's produced by the V8 engine via the magic of Node.js. And how we would do that is we just type in Node, as we do normally, and then we've added the flag --print --bytecode, and then we just enter the name of our file. So in this case, it was example.js that we created, and we'll just run that. And you can see it's created a lot of goop there, and it's really hard to read. But actually, there is a kind of filtering option that we have. So if I just come over here, and then if I just add in another filter, so --print --bytecode, but this time I add filter, and then I set the filter equal to the name of my function. So I will call this return 5. And then if we run that again, then what's going to happen is it's only going to return the bytecode for the function that you specified. So if we take a look at my screen, we'll see what's outputted there. So the first thing to kind of notice is it's got the name of my function, which is return 5, and there's a pointer to that. It's got a count of parameters. We'll go into that later on. It's got a count of registers. We'll go into that a little bit later on as well. And then you can see a couple of instructions there. So you see this thing that says LDA SMI 5, and then you see this thing that says return. So that LDA SMI 5 and that return is actually the bytecode. And we're going to just dig into a little bit and understand what that actually means. So if we just return to VS Code for a second, and if we remember the function, you can see that the function, all it's doing is doing this sort of return 5. That is literally, that is all that is occurring in this function. So if I come back to the bytecode for a second, I can sort of get my return. It's doing a return there. That's kind of cool. You can guess what's happening. That's returning out the function. But what's this LDA SMI 5? Well, you could probably guess that the LD stands for load, which it probably is. So load. And then you can see the number 5. So what's this SMI? Well, in that case, it's small integer. So it's sort of saying, load me a small integer of the number 5, and then what this A stands for is accumulator. So if I bring all of that together, what it's saying is load into the accumulator basically the number 5. And of course, this piece of assembly is a sort of human readable form. And if I move across to the left a little bit here, you'll see this 0C05, so that's a little bit of hex. And 0C is essentially the instruction code, so that relates to this LDA, this load into accumulator. And 05 is the number that I put in. So if I was to come back to my code for a second, VS Code, and then rather than returning the number 5, if I put in the number 7, and then I just run that piece of code again, you would see that LDA SMI now becomes 7. And I've still got OC, it's the same instruction code in hex that I had before, but now it's the number 7 is being pushed through as well, and it's hexadecimal. So again, I'm not going to go into the details of hexadecimal for a second, but you can imagine that if I change that number to be the number 10 and then run it again, I would expect to see A, because A represents 10 in hexadecimal. So let's just run that, and you see that. So 0C, which is a load, and then 0A, which is the number 10, and A is of course hexadecimal for 10, and then eventually it's going to do a return. So when I break it down there, that instruction code is pretty simple, but of course it opens up this question of what is an accumulator. And we're going to deep dive into what an accumulator is in the next part of our video series, which will be appearing in the top right hand corner of your screen. Speak in the next video.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to Coding with Chaim. In this week's video, we're going to be taking a look at Node.js. So we're going to be covering the sort of fundamental concepts within the sort of Node ecosystem, and then we're actually going to go ahead and build a simple Node REST API powered by a SQL database. One thing I do want to point out before I actually jump into this is that I'm assuming that you're already comfortable with JavaScript, because this is of course a Node tutorial and not so much a JavaScript tutorial, so I'm assuming that you're already comfortable with JavaScript as a language. So with that introduction out of the way, let's get into this. So the first step we need to take is of course to make sure we have Node installed in our machines. So in order to do that, what we can do is we can navigate over to Node.js.org, a link to which you'll find down in the description box below, and then when we actually come to the site, we're going to be prompted with the sort of buttons to download the correct Node version depending on our sort of operating system. So of course, since I'm on a Mac, it's already prompted me to download from a Mac, but if you're on Windows or on Linux, it'll basically prompt you accordingly. Now you may notice that you're given a choice of these two buttons, whether you want to install the LTS version or the current version. The difference only is that the current version has the sort of most bleeding edge features, and the LTS version is kind of like the latest stable version. But for the sake of what we're trying to do, whichever version you want to use is totally fine. Personally, I have the latest stable version currently installed, but it really doesn't make much difference. You can choose whichever one you want. So click on the button of whichever one you want to install, go ahead and follow the prompts. Very straightforward. It'll take about a minute or two, and then you'll have Node installed on your machine. So now once your installation is done, let's head on over to our terminal and let's run the command node-v just like so. And as you can see, when I ran that, I got the output of exactly which version it is that I have installed on my machine of Node. Now honestly, I don't really care too much about specifically which version it is that I have installed, but what this does tell me is that I do in fact have Node installed on my machine. So now you've basically gone through the process of trying to install Node. A nice way to kind of verify, and an easy way to verify that the installation went off without a hitch is to go into your terminal and then simply run this command node-v. And if you get an output of the version of Node that's been installed, you then know that Node was successfully installed. But if it wasn't successfully installed, you're presumably going to get some kind of error saying that the Node command isn't found. So when you install Node on your machine, one of the sort of different tools that kind of comes along with that installation is the Node package manager, or more commonly referred to as npm. So npm is basically this tool that lets us do multiple different things. So the two things that are most commonly done with npm is A, do we want to go and install third-party libraries from the npm registry. So in other words, when you're writing your Node application, you might want to go and reach for some kind of third-party library from GitHub that you want to use within your application. Using npm sort of Node package manager allows us to actually go and install those packages within your project. In addition to that, npm also gives us some kind of commands we can run to kind of help our Node workflow. One such command that we're using right now is the init command. So as is right now, this folder that I'm navigating on over to, the CWC cars folder that I have open right now, it's currently not actually a Node project. So let's go ahead and change that. And the way we're going to change that is by simply saying npm init-y. So the init command is the one that actually goes ahead and initializes a new Node project. So again, we're using this npm tool that came along with our Node installation. We're then calling its init command, and then we're passing the -y flag. And all the -y flag basically does is kind of just says yes to all the questions that we typically get asked when we go and bootstrap a new Node project. So again, all npm init does is it kind of turns this simple, regular, mundane folder into a Node project. So let's hit enter and see what happens. Okay, so now we hit enter, we can see we get some kind of output. We see that we have this new file called package.json. Let's go ahead and open up this particular folder now in our editor of choice, which means VS Code, and let's inspect this package.json a little more closely. So here we are now in the editor. We have the package.json file open. And as you can see, it has the sort of the name of the project, the version of the project, the description. If you choose to give it some kind of description, the main file, the kind of entry point, and again, all these values were given by default by the fact that I said -y. Had I not said -y, it would kind of prompt me all along the way, like what's the name of the project, who the author of the project, what's the version of the project, so on and so forth. And then in my command line, I could answer all these questions. And in real life project, you might want to do this for the sake of this tutorial. Simply passing the -y flag is of course good enough, and then you just choose the default values. Which by the way, you can always just go into the package.json and then of course manually change the values if you so choose to. So now we see this package.json, we don't really have a lot of insight about what it is that it actually does for us. So I think the best way to kind of see what the package.json really does for us in a Node project is actually kind of take a bit of a detour first and go ahead and install the first library, the first sort of third-party module that we need in order to start building up our REST API. And so essentially, since we're building a REST API, we have to kind of build up some kind of server that can listen out for requests at a certain port, and then of course go ahead and be able to respond to those incoming requests. So the tool of choice that I'm going to use for this particular project for our Node REST API is a tool called Express. So let's head on back over to our terminal and let's go ahead and look at another command that npm offers, and that's going to be the install command, which of course can also just be shorthanded to npm-i, and then we're going to be passing the name of the module we want to install, and that in this case is going to be Express. So again, the command is simply npm calling upon the npm tool, giving it the i command, which pretty much stands for install, and then after telling it which library you want to install, and of course in this case, like I said, it's called Express, we hit enter, and then we let it install this library for us. So now that npm is done installing Express for us, if we come back into our project, we're going to notice that aside from having the package.json, we have this new folder called Node modules. So essentially, every single time you install something from the npm registry using this npm tool, essentially you're going to get in this sort of the project we like for us. Essentially, the way that we now can have our Node module not yet installed within the Node, the Node actually, and then basically every module has its own scope. Now the thing is, sometimes you might want to actually reference code object basically your interface and start building up your entire server. So our server, and now we actually go into the browser, go to localhost is actually go ahead and set up our database. I'm going to use it to kind of actually manipulate my SQLite database. If you want to actually follow along, if you want to install this, I'll leave a download link down in the description box below where you can actually find the download link to go install the browser. You can install for either Windows or Mac and potentially Linux. Also, I'm not entirely sure, but you can just follow the link and see if there's an option for you to install it on Linux as well. Okay, so I pretty much clicked on this open database button right here. This brings up this sort of file explorer. I then navigated over to CWC cars, which is the project that we're currently working in. And as you can see right here, we have the CWC SQLite 3 file. We're going to open, and now we basically have our actual database open within this GUI, and now we can actually start using the GUI to manipulate our database by adding tables to it, and of course adding a schema to that particular table. So I'm going to quickly speed through that, and I'll catch you when the actual setup of the database is done. Okay, so now as you can see, we now have a table called cars, and this table has a primary key that's going to be an ID. It's going to have a make, a model, and a year, and that's basically going to be the actual database and table already ready and set up. And now we can actually move on to the code and start writing the function that we need in order to start being able to manipulate. And within the file, I went ahead and imported Connect by calling the required function and passing the name of the module that I want to import, which in this case is Connect. Now, by default, when you actually import Connect, at this point, you don't even have the ability to start using Connect to execute queries against your database because you're not yet connected to your database. Connect doesn't quite know how to actually go and connect your database, which is why we're doing here on line 3. We're actually saying we're calling the Connect function, passing this configuration object, and then what this is going to return to us is going to be a connected instance of Connect, because within this object, we're basically passing this sort of configuration object that teaches you how to actually go and connect to our database. So in this case, we're just using SQLite, which makes it a lot simpler. But if you're using something like MySQL or Postgres or SQL Server, this is where you kind of be passing your connection string that teaches you how to go and connect to your actual database. In this case, we're saying that the client of choice we're using is going to be SQLite, and then the connection here in this case is just going to be the fact that we're going to be going to a file called cwc.sqlite3. Now, the next thing that I've done is actually gone ahead and created a new file within the DB folder called cars.js. And what you'll notice here now is I'm actually going and I'm importing Connect from required /connect. So you see, now I'm using a relative path, which means I'm going to my own local file here, going to this Connect file. And what I'm trying to import my own connected instance of Connect, which means I don't want to use the actual module at this point because that one doesn't actually know how to be able to go and connect to my database. At this point, I'm trying to use the connected version of it, and that's why over here, if you come back to my cars file, I'm saying /connect, go to my own relative file and get me what that file is going and exporting towards me. And then here, these are all very, very self-explanatory. All of them are the sort of 4 functions to allow me to go and execute the sort of 4 basic operations against my cars table. So I've got the ability to go and create a car, which will accept the car object, and then I'm going to return the promise that Connect returns. So whenever you call a Connect function against your database, it's going to go and return a promise. So we're going to just take the promise and return it on where it's actually going to call this function. And so all saying Connect of the table cars, go ahead and call the insert method passing in the car object. Then down here, we're going to go to the get all cars method, which is going to go to the car table, select everything from it. Delete car is going to be accepting IDs, and then go ahead and say that where the ID is equals the ID that's being passed in, we're going to go and call the delete method. And then update car works kind of in a similar fashion. We're going to be accepting the ID of the one we want to update as well as the car itself, the sort of new values of that particular car. We're going to go ahead and say Connect of the car table, where the ID is equal to the one that's currently being passed in. I want you to go ahead and update the car. And then finally down here on line 19, we're basically saying modular exports, we're going to be exporting an object. This object is going to be having 4 keys, and these keys are pretty much just nothing more than the actual function that we've gone ahead and just created right now to be able to execute SQL commands against our cars table. So finally, the last thing we really need to do at this point is actually just go ahead and build our actual express endpoint to be able to listen for the incoming request and then go ahead and call the corresponding function depending on which endpoint is getting hit. So let's do that now. Okay, so let me walk you through what I've just done. So you notice right here on line 3, I'm actually going and importing this DB object, which again references that object that has those keys on it, the sort of DB.cars, right? So in other words, if I can do DB.create car, DB.delete car, get all cars, right? So in other words, we actually go to the ./DB folder, and within the folder going to the actual cars file, we're going to be importing the sort of object that folder that file is going to be exporting for us, and it's going to be the object that contains those individual keys for each key represents a function to execute some kind of SQL against our cars table. And then down here, we're basically starting to do is just specifying sort of 4 necessary endpoints to go ahead and handle the 4 basic operations that we want to have on our cars table. So let's walk through each one. Very simply over here, I'm making a post request to /cars. The callback function of passing to /cars is marked with the async keyword, which will then allow me to actually use the await keyword within the actual callback function. And then what we're doing is basically saying DB.create car, passing in rect.body. Now right over here, I do want to already point out that we are currently in trouble. As is right now. now we don't actually have a fully working REST API just yet. Because it turns out when you're actually using Express, by default, when you're actually sort of accepting some kind of push request, or even if it's a patch or put or whatever, something that includes a body, by default, Express doesn't actually have the sort of ability to extract the data that lives within that body. And so what's happening is when you actually try to call upon the request object, calling upon its body key, the body is going to just be an empty object. It does not actually have the data you kind of pass along within your post request. Now, there's actually a way to solve this, and the way to solve this is by installing a tool called Body Parser. So I'm actually going to install Body Parser and show you very quickly how we use it. So once again, we're going to be calling upon the npm tool, calling upon its I command, the install command, and we're going to say we want to install Body Parser. Okay, so let's take a quick look at the additional code that I just added. So we come back now to line 3, you'll now notice I'm actually importing Body Parser, we're saying require Body Parser. And then here on line 6 and 7, you'll see that I'm actually saying app that use Body Parser that URL encoded. I'm basically telling Express I'm going to let Body Parser teach you how to parse any requests that are of the type URL encoded. And then on line 7, I'm basically telling Express I'm going to let Body Parser teach you how to go and parse sort of JSON body. Now I'm not going to dive too deep into what this is actually doing and how this actually works, but this is basically known as the concept of Express middleware. And so all you need to know for the sake of this video is that essentially by the time we now actually are going to get to our app.post, you're going to go to /cars. At this point, direct body instead of actually being an empty object is actually going to be the object you actually passed in along with your actual post request, and that's all thanks to the fact we're saying app that use Body Parser that URL encoded, Body Parser JSON. Essentially, this sort of middleware, this app that use that's going to be accepting the Body Parser function will actually allow Express to now learn and understand how to actually go and parse the body out. So therefore, by the time we actually get to our actual endpoint, direct body instead of being an empty object is of course going to be the actual value that we actually went ahead and passed along with our post request. Now, I understand that's kind of vague, but that's all I'm going to say for the sake of this particular video. If you'd like to understand a little more about how Body Parser and how middleware actually works, I actually have a video about just that particular topic, so which you're going to find a link to that video down in the description box below. So once again, we have our endpoint set up. We have the post request going to /cars. This is what we're going to be calling the create car method passing the direct body, which is now no longer going to be an empty object. Here we're pretty much going to go to /cars, making a get request to /cars, getting all of those cars, sending back a status code of 200 with a JSON object of cars, with the cars are going to be representing the array of cars. Here we're making a patch request to /cars:id. Essentially, we want to make sure that the request is going to be /cars/ the actual ID of the car they're trying to update. And so when we're specifying that we're saying /cars/:id, which now means that we actually go and call the update car, which expects us to pass an ID of the individual car. We can pull that out of the URL by saying rect.params ID. This ID variable name here is going to match up what we actually specified after the colon in the actual URL. And then the same thing kind of happens within the delete method. The delete car method actually expects us to actually pass the ID of the car they're trying to delete. So once again, we're going to go to /cars/:ID, and then we can call upon rect.params ID to actually go and pull that ID out. And again, this ID here matches whatever's been specified in the colon after what's been specified in the URL after the colon. Now that's actually all the code that we need to kind of build a simple Node REST API. Now let's actually go back to our terminal, run our npm start command, get the server to be fired back up again, and then we can move on over to Postman and start seeing whether we can actually go ahead and start executing some of these commands against our cars table in a SQLite database. Okay, so our server's now running in port 1337. Let's head over to Postman and start executing some of these requests. Okay, so here I am now in Postman. As you can see, I have a post request specified going to HTTP localhost 1337/cars. I've got the body specified of type raw. I'm saying it's going to be a JSON body. And here you can actually see I'm saying we're going to make a Honda. The model's going to be a Accord. You're going to be 2019. Let's go ahead and run this particular request. And if it all works well, we should of course get back ID of 1, which is basically the ID of the newly created card we just inserted. So far, it seems like the actual ability to go ahead and post a new car seems to work. But the best way to verify this, of course, is if we move on over to the next tab, we're going to try to make a get request to get all the cars. If we run this particular command, we should of course get back a cars key that's going to be array all the cars, which of course in this case is just the one card we actually just went ahead and created. Now let's actually go ahead and see if we can go ahead and delete a car. If we move over to the next tab, we're basically saying we're going to go to /cars/1. That's going to be the ID of the card we currently have in the database, the one we want to go ahead and delete right now. If we actually go ahead and run this command now, we see that we get success is equal to true, which means if we now go back to our get request, we're trying to get all the cars. If we run this now again, we should just get an empty array, which we do, which means our REST API is actually working exactly as expected. Well, that does it for this video. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope you found it useful. If you did, please drop a like, subscribe, and I'll see you next week in another video.
And today I'm going to give you a pretty, high-level walkthrough of basically everything that happens going from our human-friendly JavaScript file all the way down to something that computers can understand. And there's so many parts to this process, but for now I'm only going to focus on two things, namely the browser side of things and V8 side of things. And V8 is the JavaScript engine used in Chromium-based browsers and in Node as well. First, let's go all the way back to the beginning. So we're trying to load a website that uses a small calc.js script. And as we're trying to load the website, the HTML parser encounters a script tag and tries to fetch the calc.js file from either the network or maybe cache or a service worker that prefetched the file. Either way, a stream of bytes get returned that gets sent to the bytestream decoder, Relaxer. And this is part of the parser that takes care of decoding the stream of bytes and generating tokens based on the data received. For example, it sees that the bytes decode to FUNCTION. It generates a token saying like, hey, I know this function is a keyword in JavaScript, and it creates a token based on that, and it'll just continue to do so for the rest of the stream as well. And as it's generating these tokens, it's actually sending them all down to the parser, and the parser then goes ahead and creates nodes based on the tokens that match a certain syntax rule in JavaScript. For example, a variable declaration or a function statement. And based on these nodes, a parser generates an abstract syntax tree that represents our program. Now, this one is very much simplified because in real life it also contains some extra information about our program, but for now this will suffice. And also while it's doing that, it's checking for syntax errors because the tokens themselves may be valid, but maybe they may not actually match a certain syntax rule. Finally, it's time for the JavaScript engine to do its work because this ASD is actually sent down to V8's ignition interpreter, and this interpreter is responsible for generating the bytecode that it based on the ASD that it received. And we can actually see the bytecode that gets generated with the print bytecode flag in Node. So for example, this bytecode for our calc function, if we invoke it with an object containing an X, Y, and Z key, it will look something like this. And this may seem like a lot of data, but there's actually only two parts here that are really important. So ignition uses registers in order to execute the bytecode. And there's registers like R0 and R1, but there's also an accumulator register that the bytecodes use for their input and output, or both. And then there's also registers like A0 that are used for the values that get passed to the function. And this makes more sense as we're walking through the bytecode, don't worry. So in this case, we passed an object containing an X, Y, and Z key to the function. So this is where the second part of the generated output is important because A0 points to a shape table that contains information on where to find those properties on the object that we pass to the function. Alright, so now let's see what those bytecodes actually do. So in the very first line, we see LDA named property bytecode. So LDA specifies that a value gets loaded into the accumulator, and that the value is the named property from the object that we pass to the function, stored in A0. And the property itself can be found on index 0. So we see that the value on index 0 maps to x. So we load the value of the x property of the object that we pass to the function, so the numeric value 10 in this case. Then we multiply the current value in the accumulator by the small integer 50. And then star R0 specifies that the current value of the accumulator has to get stored in register R0. Then again, we load a property and store this into the accumulator, but this time it's from the second index, which points to y. And y has a value of 20, so the value of the accumulator is now 20. And star 2 specifies again that the current value of the accumulator has to get stored in register R2. We again load a named property from A0 into the accumulator, the value in the third index this time, which maps to z, has a value of 30. So we multiply the current value of the accumulator with the value that's currently stored in register R2. So one more step, we have to add the value stored in register R0 to the current value of the accumulator. So this means that we're adding 500 plus 600 is 1100. And finally, we return the value of the accumulator, which is 1100. Now the bytecode that is generated by the bytecode generator also goes through some smaller optimizations, after which the bytecode actually gets executed, and it's possible to run this on our machines. So finally, we have something that our machines can work with. Now, you may have noticed that I skipped some things in the bytecode, so let's see what's up with them. This is actually part of V8's optimizations, because when we pass an object to V8, such as the X, Y, and Z object in this case, it creates a shape for that specific object structure. And if you're reading like documentation or blog posts, this is also referred to as a hidden class or a map, but it's kind of confusing because we also have classes in JavaScript and we have maps in JavaScript, but it's not a JavaScript class or a JavaScript map, so shape is the way to go because we don't have those natively in JavaScript. So a shape is basically just the structure of that object. And the shape contains pointers to the offsets on which we can find the values of the properties on the object. Because even though we only specify the X, Y, and Z properties, there are many, many more built-in properties and objects that also all have their location somewhere stored in memory. So when we're trying to access a property on the object, for example, X, it can just get it quicker by checking, okay, does this object have the same shape? Yeah, it does. Okay, cool. Now I want to get X, so I know the offset. Shapes are really useful for an optimization technique that V8 uses, namely inline caching. With inline caching, we basically store the results from previous operations so that the next time we call the exact same operation, we already know the result. Now, each time we do a property lookup, it can just simply store the results for the offset that the last time it did lookup. So in the future, when we're trying to perform the exact same action, it can simply just get the result from the inline cache instead. Now, these inline caches are not only beneficial for the interpreter, but they also generate really valuable feedback for the turbofan optimizer. So finally, we can go back to the bytecode example, because these values are actually references to a feedback vector slot where it stores information about the execution of the function. And this includes information from like arithmetic operations, such as the fact that so far we've only added numbers, which result in a numeric value. One useful example of this is the fact that in JavaScript you can also concatenate strings with the plus operator, which would have to be handled way differently internally. But so far it knows, okay, I've only had numerical values, that's fine. Now let's say that we're invoking the calc function hundreds of times. This function is now considered hot, because although the bytecode is already really fast, V8 actually uses turbofan, the turbofan optimizer, in order to generate machine code that's even faster. So based on the bytecode and the generated feedback for specific code blocks, it can generate optimized architecture-specific machine code that can run directly on your machine. So the next time that we invoke the function, it can just skip over the bytecode and immediately execute the machine code instead. However, there is one problem in JavaScript, namely that it's dynamically typed. So we can invoke the calc function with the same object like hundreds and thousands of times, but there's absolutely no guarantee that this will always be the case in the future. For example, we can also invoke the calc function with an empty object, or just with an X key, or just an X and Y key. I don't know why you would do it, but it's possible. So for all those different types of objects, V8 generates a new shape that contains the new different properties. So previously we saw that the inline cache contained a field with a value of the shape of the object and then the corresponding offset. However, if we pass multiple objects, so multiple shapes are generated, we also have to update the inline cache in order for it to point to multiple shapes and their offset. So now when we're trying to load a property from a specific object, it first has to walk through all the possible shapes in order for it to find the object that contains that specific property, which could result in a linear search, which is not very optimal. But now previously we generated machine code for the calc function when it's only gotten invoked with one type of object, namely the object with the X, Y, and Z keys. However, if we call the calc function again but with a different shape, turbofan's shape check fails, in which case we can no longer use this optimized machine code, and we actually have to de-optimize back to the generated bytecode.
Alright, so
and this
in
is a
this
pretty
video-
expensive operation that you mostly want to avoid. So the inline cache of the calc function is also updated to say like, hey, it's actually got multiple shapes now. Now the calc function again can get hot and optimized even after the optimization, although turbofan has to handle it a little bit differently when it's encountered multiple shapes. And these inline caches actually also have multiple states, because if an inline cache has only seen one type of object, it's considered monomorphic, which is pretty much the best case scenario, because in that case we can just generate optimized machine code and assume that in the future this function will just get invoked with the same object shape. Now if a cache has 2 or 4 different shapes, it's considered polymorphic. And if we're continuously just invoking it with whatever random types, it's considered megamorphic, in which case it's like, you know what, never mind, I want to try to optimize it. So as you can see, although it's pretty nice for us sometimes as developers that JavaScript is dynamically typed, it's not so great for the compiler, and it can really only work with speculations and just assume that in the future we will use the same type of data. Now, even though I had to walk through this pretty quickly, we went all the way down from loading the script in our browser all the way down to running optimized machine code on your machine. And I just want to quickly mention that there are so many great resources out there if you want to know more about the internals of V8, and it's open source, so you can just check out the source code if you want. Anyways, thank you so much for watching and have fun coding.
Eu vou estar ensinando a fazer download pelo front, via JavaScript, e pelo backend, via Node.js. Vai ficar assim. No backend a gente vai do seguinte: o Vertex Express, para poder ver as rodas. A porta local vou colocar 3.500 e vou estar habilitando o Cors, para se vocês já quiserem subir isso para deixar online, já fica liberado para qualquer coisa. Só lembrando, caso não conheça o Cors nem o Express, para instalar o seguinte: npm e Cors, npm e Express. Instalou, terminou, tá feito. Uma rota para escrever HTML e uma para fazer o download. Como que funciona? A gente abre um app.get, coloca a rota que você quer deixar, no caso eu deixei downloads, e no REST você vai colocar o seguinte: colocar res.download. Aqui dentro você vai colocar um dirname para poder referenciar o local onde você está de pasta e tudo mais, e você vai colocar ele para concatenar
I'm gonna remove the camera.
Com onde está o arquivo que você quer disponibilizar. No caso, eu fiz uma pasta chamada public e coloquei dentro dela um txt com nome de texto, escrito isso dentro. No caso, estou referenciando public, que é pasta, e aqui o nome do arquivo. Eu colocando ele como download, a partir do momento que você coloca a rota dele, ele já entra. No caso aqui ele já baixa direto com o nome do próprio arquivo. Era texto, então ele baixa como texto. Tá, mas como que eu faço pra, ao invés de clicar aqui, eu simplesmente apertar um botão no meu front-end e já fazer o download direto, desse jeito. A gente vai fazer o seguinte. Aqui no meu banner vai ter 3 elementos. Um H1, que tá aqui. Tem uma div sem nada dentro aqui no meio. O ID dela pra identificar, coloquei baixar. Beleza, função. Por que ele não aparece aqui no meio? Aqui tudo certo.
I think based on these tutorials that I saw him using the download there, I think. So I think that the response object from Next.js is different than the response object from Node.js, from an Express server. That's the tricky thing about what I'm trying to do, because I found very hard to find information about Next.js, so I have to think about how to... probably the best path is figure out how to send data through Next.js first. I think I'm gonna go looking back into the videos from the guy that had the videos about the database. His videos are very, very good. I think it's Bruno or something like that. So I think the path is gonna be to figure out how to send the file through the response. And I'm gonna try to use the blob thing. I think I can do something like a new blob, or like they were doing some of the tutorials. And then this creates the file, and then I send the file as a stream. I have to figure out how to send the file as a stream through the response, which is probably going to be through this JSON object here, or the JSON method inside of the object, and then it just passes it as data attributes. And then on the front end, I'm going to use the then method, put these if else statements inside of the then method. This two here, and then handle the logic for showing the download stuff on the front end, on the client.
E por que ele não aparece? Por causa do seguinte. Na hora de introduzir essa variável aqui dentro dessa div, eu uso o query selector para poder selecionar do style com a chamada B. Pode ter o link que tá aqui. Esse...
Let's try to download a file using Node.js. So I'm going to use just Node.js built-in modules, nothing extra fancy we're going to be adding to this. So I'm just going to create a JavaScript file here, and we'll try to download a file to this folder. So the first thing we need to do, we need to get the URL of the file we need to download. So basically a link to the file that needs to be downloaded. So as an example, what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to pexels.com, see I searched for some pictures of Chicago, and here we can just click on one of these. And if I go into download, see, we should be able to download. Now, main things we need to remember about these downloads is that downloads are taking time. So depending on how large whatever you're trying to download is, it may take a second, 15 seconds, a minute, 15 minutes sometimes, who knows. And that's the main thing we need to understand about downloads is when you try to download something, it's not like the whole file just all of a sudden appears in your computer. It's being downloaded in pieces. So basically we're getting pieces of bytes and we're piecing all those bytes together. And once that whole thing is complete and we get all the bytes, then we piece together the file, and that's the final file. So this is the reason when you click on download, you will usually get something like this. It will start downloading, and then you'll get something like see, that happened really fast for me. You get this progress bar if you have a larger file, and you basically wait until it's done, and once it's done, you have the file. So I'm going to try to do this using Node.js. So first of all, let's try to get a link to this image. And I'm just going to go here and paste it as the URL. I'm going to remove all this extra stuff we don't need, just a link to the file itself. So we need a few packages here, so we're going to start by importing them. Not packages, modules. So these are built-in modules. We don't need to install them. We just have to make sure we require them so we can use them. So one of them is going to be HTTPS, so we can do requests. And the other one is going to be FS, so we can write files to our file system. So below here, we're going to do the actual downloading part. What we need to do first, we need to...
Yeah, I think that's the thing that I have to do here. Instead of using the response, I use FS. Here. And then I send as a stream to the front end.
Do a request to this link. I'm going to do it using this package HTTPS. And on this, we have this get method. And that accepts a URL as the first argument, which we have on top there. And the second argument is the function as a callback function. And this function is going to accept the response. Now, this response, in our case, because we're downloading something, it's going to take some time. So it has this pipe method. And what it allows you to do, it allows us to basically just channel pipe that information that we're getting from this request to this writable string.
Never mind. Yeah, I remember reading stuff or studying stuff about the different types of pipes or streams that you can have duplex or something like that. Just send or receive, or to have both options. Then we probably send the file inside of the pipe.
Now to create that writable string, we're going to use this fs import here. So I'm going to create a new variable here. And see that fs has this create write string. And that is going to accept the path and the name of the file. So if you were trying to do like some directory, some other directory, some other directory, and the name of the file, this is what you would do, or we can use the path module to do this better. For now, I'm just trying to write that to the same directory. Where I'm located over here. So I'm just going to type the name of the file. It doesn't have to match this file name, but it does have to have the same extension if you want to be able to open this. So I'm just going to call this photo.jpg. So we're going to store that in this file stream. We're opening that stream so we can get that information. Remember, we're getting those pieces, and we're basically putting those pieces in this file stream. So this is where we're going to pipe that. So we want to at some point know that we're done downloading, so we can close this file stream. So our file system knows that the file is done. To do this, we're going to take that file stream variable, and on that we're going to have this on method, and this is going to accept an event as the first argument. Very similar to something like when you do something with UI, when you click on a button, you say do something. This is similar. So our case, the event is going to be finished. So when we finish downloading that file or piping that file, whatever we're going to say in this case, then we're going to do this callback function. And what we want to do once that's done, we want to make sure we close that file stream so it knows that it's done. So let's try to run this file and see what happens. So that's the name of the file. So I'm going to go here and do node space and the name of the file and hit enter. So it took a little bit. So you can see photo JPEG files here. Let's try to open it. See, we have the file here. Pretty large file, but anyways, so that's the file. So let's try to do a couple of improvements here. So we want to try to check for some errors. So one of the errors I want to check is on this file stream if there's some sort of error. So again, we're going to hook to some of those events. So I'm going to do another one on this on and see we do all these different things. So in this case, I'm going to use the error, and that is going to again accept a callback function, which should have the error. And let's just console log that error in case there is an error. And we could also do like a secondary message here. Let's do it on a separate line. Now, another one I want to check is errors on this request itself, this HTTPS request. And we should be able to do it a couple of ways. We should be able to save this request in a variable.
I'm gonna do that as well.
And then do on that, or we should be able to also just go directly on that function. And if we do dot, we're probably going to get some methods on this. I am going to save it in a variable probably here. And then we'll use this variable REQ and see there's this on again. And this again has its own events. So I'm going to check for the error on the request. Again, it's going to be some sort of callback function. And we'll just log the error. So that's that. So the next thing I want to do, I want to be able to grab the name of the file from here, from this URL, and just basically just use that name of the file instead of having my file name with extension. And we should be able to do that by importing another package here. And this one is going to be path. So this path has this base name, which if we just pass this URL to this, let me just comment this for a second here.
I think it's not gonna work for what I'm trying to do because I'm using Next.js, and I think this pipe is gonna be different because it has something to do with the way that it handles on the source code, the connection between the client and the server. So the res.pipe methods is probably for Node.js, and there's stuff on the source code that allows this method to connect to the client, but on Next.js might be different.
And let's just try to save this in a variable and console log it. So if I go back and run this, see it gets us the name of the file with the extension from this link. So what I'm going to do now, I'm just going to uncomment all of this and pass the file name over here, just like that. Now let's convert this to a function. Move all of that over here. So this function is going to accept the URL. It needs to download right here, and then we'll get the name and all the stuff. That will be the name of the function. Now, if we're trying to call the function, then we should be able to just do this. Let's get rid of that. So that's our function. This is where we're calling it. Let's delete this and try to run this. So there's the file. Let's try to go get a different file. Now I have two of them. I'm probably going to leave both of them. Let's delete this. Let's try to run. So both of them are done. This is one. This is the other. Both are now downloaded. We may want to introduce some sort of callback to this. So maybe we want to do something after this download is done. So we'll just basically just accept a second parameter here, callback, and then we want to do that after it's done downloading. So that would be after the finish over here. So we should be able to pass that probably directly to this close right here to say what we want to happen. If it's null, nothing is going to happen. If there's a callback, it will fire the callback. So right now, if I just say this and rerun it, it should pretty much do the same thing. Let's just delete this file so we can see what's happening. Otherwise, it's just going to overwrite them and we're not going to know. So done. So now we have our files. Should be the same thing. Now, if we wanted to fire something after it's done, now we have this second parameter where we can do a callback function. Something like this. So now if I rerun this,
Yeah, I should create a read stream because what he's trying to do there is download from the site. And what I am trying to do is just send the file. That's the difference.
after this is done, it should fire this callback function and it should do this console log. See, done, and then after done, we get this message, and then done again. So just one more thing here, let's just remove this file, and let's try to rerun this. So I want you to pay attention that done is happening before
But this video is really good.
over here, even though, see, this line appears after this. And this is why we want this after this is closed. We want to fire the callback. All right, let's delete this file. So the last thing I want to try to do here, I want to be able to pass some arguments to this callback. So basically when we get this function callback, I want to be able to get maybe a file name here as the argument or something. So we need to somehow, when this is done and it's closed, then we need to do the callback. So instead of doing the callback here, what I'll try to do, I'll just do another on.
All right, so
And this time I'm going to go to close event, which is going to happen when we close the stream. And here I'm going to do another function callback. And in this callback, I will simply just do this callback function, and I will pass the file name to the callback function, this file name. So with that, if I go back, save this, and go back to this, we should be able to get the name of the file. I'll just call it fn for file name. Let's just try to just console log the file name after the download is done. So that way we'll know that we have the file. So I'm just going to run this. Let's see what happens. So we got an error. Console log. Oh, I did file name. This should be fn. All right, let's save this and delete this one more time. So see, now it's done, and then we got the file name as a return because we have the file name after we close the stream. So that should create our function. So another thing that could be worthwhile to add is to check if the file with that name already exists in the folder. Maybe don't overwrite the file and give the file a different name, something like that. But this should give you the base, how we can take the URL and use it to download a file. And that should do it for the video. Thanks for watching. Please subscribe. And I'll see you in the next one.
I'm trying to see if I find another video that talks about how to send the file, but doesn't look like he has it.
Please show the support, guys. If you like this video, then please hit the like button like this, and also share this video by hitting the share button, and please hit this red subscribe button and turn all notifications by selecting all, so you will get all the notifications of my channel. It is totally free. Hello friends, today in this tutorial I will be telling you that how to download an image from the internet, something like this. I have this image in the internet. I will copy paste the URL and I will download it into my local machine using Node.js. I will be using a library called as Axios. It is HTTP and require it Axios. And after this, comma, as my image path. So get method, so just define promise as this on of error. If I'm downloading this image and storing this inside our images folder, let me just run this application by going to command line. So this is my folder. I will be entering the command line here and simply be executing this command node index.js. So this is my file. This will take some time, guys. So you can see that it has completed its operation and now it has downloaded this output.png file. Let me just go to this folder images. So this is my.
Hey, this is Marcos with Future Studio University. In this video, we will implement a file download with Axios. Axios is a modern HTTP client. It's based on promises, and you can send any kind of request to the server and get something in response. So it's no problem to send GET or POST or PUT request to a server, or even get a stream in response. And what we are interested in this video is how to download files with Axios. So let's jump right into the code. I've prepared a small sample project with an async download function. And, all right, we'll update that in a second. Nicely looking images. You can download them here. We have the to block everything else. Go back to Chrome with and listen for the error event. We return in the promise, and let's reject the promise with error data. So you to be awaited because Axios, as I said, is promise-based, so we can await the response and the file download file. So let me.
Hey guys, in this video I'm going to show you how to allow users to download files from your websites. For instance, if you have a personal portfolio and you want to allow the users to download your resume, well, you can do that by using the technique that I'm going to show you how to use in this tutorial. Alright guys, let's go ahead and get started. You're going to need a file. I'm going to be using this resume.pdf. Once you have a file, go ahead and create a folder. And we're going to call this one download. Alright, let's open up our VS Code. Let's open that folder. And now we're going to click terminal, new terminal. And we're going to create a Node.js project. Let's type in npm init. This is going to ask us a couple questions. They're not very important, so we're just going to click enter to skip. Now we're going to install two packages that we're going to need for this project. Let's do npm I -hat. And then So first, created, then go ahead and run our server. Let's include the name of the port, npm run. We can now put our new rec action. Let's open up our which is, for me, it's please make sure to hit the like button. I would really appreciate it. And if you have not subscribed to the channel, I invite.
See, this is a URL, and let me now run this once again. Just notice reference site. Now it will create, which you can add here. So here we can write a callback function. So this takes 3 properties, guys. First is percentage, second is chunk, and I think the third property is 2, 3, 4, 5. So until it reaches 100%, your file will be fully downloaded. So it is now showing it in the console here how much it is downloaded: 3%, 4%. So as you can see, this is the progress bar that you are seeing here. Let me stop this, and once.
Well, maybe I can use get server side props to get the data. The problem with that is that I think I remember that you put the stuff on the URL if you want to get from the response using get server side props. So that's the thing, because then I don't know, I have to send the file, I have to send the email first, and then only allow people to get the file later.
We will see how we can directly upload images inside this public directory using Next.js. Then let's start the video. This is a brand new project made with Next.js, TypeScript, and for the styling we are going to use Tailwind CSS, and this is not necessary. At first we'll add few states and you can see the default values, and we are going to use them to handle our UI and also to handle our file state. Then I'll add few classes to this wrapper div where we'll have this maximum width and have all these classes inside this div which will give upload logic. And here we'll log this to the console. And now you can simply attach this handle upload method to your button. And now if you run your project, then that's how you should see inside your browser. Now let's write our API. For that, inside my API folder, now we take this callback with a string value, and also you can modify your file name according to your.
Hey, what's up? Welcome back to my channel. So in that video, we have done about downloads file, and in the next video, we need to implement downloads zip file. So let's take a look at. So I already started up, and let's test again. So we select 2 files to upload, and default IP with friends, email, and me and Mattis. Okay, I'm going to hit the send button. Now take to view file and send another file. Right, if I hit the send another file button, it will take me back to first screen. And now want to view file and take me to share and file detail. Now you see that actually, so now you can see it's better. Right. So rather than JSON, right. So now let's open that in browser. There you can see API. And first, now I'm going to open new MongoDB. It's actually Robo3T. It's MongoDB. I'm going to get the port update. And actually, we do have a port update here. So I want to copy this. We copy that. If error, we return red stars 44. Right. It's not 5 stars and JSON with object error. With object Mattis. Let's ID or archive. We already download archive package, so we can do this import archive from archive. So we do press this rest with also course file equal this.file, and we have a set when class initialize file. So we can look. Now I'm going to use the loadat function to import that from loadat. Cool. So now we look through file and file with arrow function. So we do this equal deep.file. And now actually we need to course file path equal. And now I'm going to use path import path from path. Okay. Alright, path.zone. Okay, should be upload here, and upload here. Where's the file name? So it's actually get file name. So let's take a look at our database file name. This is the file name. Sorry, this will be file dot. Okay, it's fine. Right, zip and response dot attachment. Now this attachment to be attachment of downloads.zip. We can do like that. Okay, so we return this. So now in our index file, in our routing files, archive return archive. Now let's take a look at test. Okay, so let's hit enter. Now I'm going to copy this and open a new browser. New tab in my browser, hit enter. Right, so something went wrong. Right, let's download. It doesn't give anything. Alright, so I should be in downloads. Now we wait for attachment, a new file. Response, no attachment, no. Dude, hi3 and hi3.push. Sorry, push. Put the rules of object.
in order to download any kind of
Hey, welcome back. If you're like
we do, and so I was
99% of
just
people,
thinking
your
about
New
flat.
Year's resolution is
So we'll
to lose
we are
weight
not
and get in
on
shape.
those from
Over the
called
last year,
so
I've tried
it's
many
like
different
normal
food blogging apps, and they've all let me down in one way or another.
ENG. So whatever file
So being a
name you give,
programmer,
it will
I
show up
decided,
here.
why
Okay?
not build my own?
So now
And while
we have
I'm
to
at
call
it,
the function.
why not
we'll say
teach people
on
some
click.
new stuff as well? Well, that's exactly what I'm here to do. In this video, we're going to learn how to get data from a protected API securely in a Next.js application without having to set up a backend of our own. We'll use the get server side props method. Let's get to it. So we're going to be building a Next.js application today. Next.js, if you're not familiar, is a React-based framework for building modern applications. So if you're already familiar with React, you're going to feel right at home. And if not, I would suggest you look at a couple of tutorials on how to use React before diving into this video. And the API that we're going to connect to is called Food Data Central and is an API that is supported by the USDA organization. And this API gives us access to hundreds of thousands of different foods and all of their nutritional information. And like I mentioned in the intro of this video, I've used many different logging apps over the years, and they've all kind of failed me in one way or another. Either the data is incomplete or the measurements are wrong. A lot of the data from commercial APIs is crowdsourced, and there's varying levels of accuracy there. So what I thought I would do is use the Food Data Central API and start building an application that gets data directly from the government, directly from the manufacturers, and is, a little bit more validated. To use the Food Data Central API, we are going to need to get an API key. So we're going to need to register, and the USDA website is going to send us a key, and this key should remain private. And if you worked with React applications in the past, you know that React is a single-page application framework. And hiding private API keys in just a React application is very, very difficult, if not impossible. And this is really where Next.js shines. It's going to allow us to use a method called getServerSideProps, which is going to execute on the server side of the Next framework every time a request is made, so that we can use this private API key, make a call to the API, get the data, and then send it to our React application. So let's see how this is going to work. I already have a very simple Next.js application set up, and I just called it Better Macros, and all I did was run npx create next app and gave it a name. So the settings are just the basic boilerplate that you would get in any Next.js application. And I've started it here on localhost 3000. So let's just take a look before we get into making changes. So if I go to the home page here, I get the welcome to Next.js kind of welcome screen. And this just tells us that we are good to go. We are ready to start building our application. So the first thing we're going to do is go get a private API key from the Food Central website, Food Data Central website. So to get an API key, there is a link here, get an API key. We are going to fill out our information, and the really good thing about Food Data Central is that it is a government website, so any US citizen and really anybody can sign up and get access to this data, and it's fully free. You can use it for whatever you want. So I definitely encourage you to try it out and sign up, get your API key, and follow along with me. So I'm just that key, so we can say npm run dev again, and now I will be able to access that. That is going to run every single time our page is loaded. So if I refresh, so it looks like we ID for it, we can. But let's take a look at, and since this is going to return a API key, and that's going to be this API key value. So we'll get that data, and let's just run this application right now, and we'll console log our response, and just make sure that we are getting the right information back. So we have that. Let's go ahead and run our application, refresh. And again, we don't see anything in our browser because all of this is being done on the server side. And if we look at our response here, it looks like we got a forbidden response. And the reason for that is this API needs an underscore. So API underscore key. So let's redo that, refresh. And now we got a status 200 OK message, meaning that we did get our data. But again, this is just a response. And what we're going to want to do next is actually get the JSON data for this request. So let's say const data equals, and again, this is also going to return a promise. So we'll say await response.json, and then let's console log this data. And actually, in addition to console logging this data, let's also send it to our component so that we can see it in the browser. So we'll say results, and we'll pass the data along to it. So now when this get server-side props function executes, also if we look at the neutral, if we have results, so I'll go back, return is nutrient, and we'll hide this console and we can take a look at all of these. Change up our code a little bit and make it easier to read. And the reason for this is because we haven't passed in a search term. But if we do pass in a Next.js application that allows us to use the Food Data Central API to search for any sort of food and display its proteins, fats, and carbohydrates, its macronutrients, we made pretty good progress. And
API routes. Examples. Basic API routes. API routes with GraphQL. API routes with REST. API routes with CORS. API routes provide a solution to build your API with Next.js. Any file inside the folder pages /API is mapped to /API/* and will be treated as an API endpoint instead of a page. They are server-side only bundles and won't increase your client-side bundle size. For example, the following API route pages /API/user.js returns a JSON response with a status code of 200. Export default function handler, REQ, res.status, 200.json. Note, API routes will be affected by page extensions configuration in next.config.js. For an API route to work, you need to export a function as default, aka request handler, which then receives the following parameters. REQ, an instance of http.incoming message, plus some pre-built middlewares. Res, an instance of http.server response, plus some helper functions. To handle different HTTP methods in an API route, you can use REQ method in your request handler, like so. Export default function handler, REQ, res, if, REQ method equals post, / process a post request else / handle any other HTTP.
I don't know why I didn't think about reading the documentation in the first place.
Export default function handler, REQ, res, if, REQ method equals post, / process a post request else / handle any other HTTP method. To fetch API endpoints, take a look into any of the examples at the start of this section. Use cases. For new projects, you can build your entire API with API routes. If you have an existing API, you do not need to forward calls to the API through an API route. Some other use cases for API routes are masking the URL of an external service, e.g. /API/secret instead of https://company.com/secret-URL. Using environment variables on the server to securely access external services. Caveats. API routes do not specify CORS headers, meaning they are same origin only by default. You can customize such behavior by wrapping the request handler with the CORS request helpers. API routes can't be used with Next export. Related. For more information on what to do next, we recommend the following sections. API routes request helpers learn about the built-in helpers for the request. Response helpers learn about the built-in methods for the response. TypeScript add TypeScript to your API routes.
Yeah, I think what I have to do is set the headers and then study this to figure out how to send the data. Yeah, the other thing I can do is watch videos about this, which I think I'm gonna do first. Let me go back to the other page. Got the name of this two things here. I think I have to use this thing here, either right or flush. Here. To send the data probably.
TypeScript add TypeScript.
Load log response, what the response we are getting, so I can show you. Okay?
Good afternoon, this is Tina. In this video, I'm gonna talk about the transform stream. And to demo this stream, we're gonna using the zip and using the gzip, okay, which is gonna turn a text file into a zip file, okay. And let's go to our source code. So here I have a readme txt file, okay, for demo purpose. And now I want to turn this text file to be a zip version, okay. And you have many ways to do that. And the one I show you is the module from the Node.js core module. And we're gonna using the gzip. Okay. So first, we have to have two streams. First, the first one is to read this text file stream. The second one is to writable stream, which is write to this zip file. Okay. So here, Okay, const, first we have to have a file system. Okay, I just check my phone. So I have a email const. Okay, now next one is gzip and require, okay, to be zlib. Okay, and here we have to create gzip. Okay, it has other features like unzip or others. Okay, this is a function. And now we have to create a readable stream, which is a read stream. Okay, read this file. Create a read stream. Okay, and here I'm gonna just hard code this file. Okay, demo.js. It's better to using the path join, so you can work with all the operating system with this slash. You don't need to worry about this slash. Okay, const and write stream equals create a write stream. So this one is tell where you want to store this zip file. Okay, we're gonna using destination.txt.gzip. Okay, this is a file extension you have to use. And now we get a readable, then we pipe. Okay, pipe to this gzip, and then we pipe to this write stream. Okay, and what's gonna do is from this readable stream, it's gonna be get the gzip, gonna turn everything. Yo, this one is txt. Okay, gonna turn everything. This demo txt or readme. Why is my demo? Readme txt file. Then you're gonna transform, and after transform, it's gonna write to this writable stream. Okay, so now so far on the left hand panel, I only have 2 files on the transform stream. Now I will do is node demo.js. Okay, after demo.js, you can see here I have 1 more file. Okay. This is generated by when a pipe to this gzip, and gzip will transform into a zip file. So it will put it in this destination. And to do that is we can do is open a new folder. And here we go to day 2. This is my day 2, and I will go to the transform stream, and this is the file we have, and this is the file destination, and you will see this is exactly same information as our readme, right? Readme, this one. Okay. So gzip here acts as a transform stream, which turn one thing into another thing. Okay, thank you for watching, and see you next time. Bye bye.
So today I'm going to be working with zip files. So we're going to be taking 2 files and putting them inside of a zip file. The first thing we want to do is to acquire JS, zip, and fs. Then we make an instantly instantiated function because we're working with asynchronous code. And then the first thing we want to do in here is to initialize JS zip. So this would be like initializing the zip file. So you could obviously do this multiple places if you have multiple zip files. The next thing that we're going to be doing is to make a file called hello.txt with the text hello world. So this doesn't come from the file system. So this one doesn't actually have to be here. You can delete this one here. And then after we have put all of our content inside of the zip file, then we want to convert that to a buffer. And we do this like this. And this buffer here, you can do whatever you want with. So you can stream this to the client directly or save it to the file system or modify it or do whatever you want with this buffer. But in this case, I'm just saving it out to a file called example.zip. So let's try and run this and see what will happen. So you can see that this generated a zip file called example.zip. And if we open the file system and double click the zip file and drag it in, you can see that we have a file called hello.txt. And if we open this file here, by just dragging it in here and opening it, you can see that it says hello world. So let's try adding the image. So the code for adding the image is just like this. So this here defines a folder. You could of course put text files within this folder or whatever you wanted, but this is the way you define a folder. And then again, we put the name and then the content. And in this case, instead of just putting the text hello world, we actually put the file stream of the file shapes.png. And this is just some options that says that it is base64. And if we try saving this and running it, then this should have added the image. And yes, so you can see that now the folder images is here, and there is a file called shapes in here, and that will be the same one as this one here, which is this file here. So if you like this video, hit the thumbs up button and subscribe button. If you want to see more of my videos, I have included 2 videos right here, and hopefully see you in the next one.
Yeah, this might be a lot more difficult than I thought it would be. Because I might have to find a way to create a zip and then send, instead of trying to send it like with the zip already made.
How to send a binary file or any kind of file back from our web server built with Node.js to the client, so back to the browser. Now, this sort of follows on to the video that I did previously with how you can make a fetch to get something from a Node server, so how you can make an HTTP request from your Node program to go off to some other server and bring something back. We're going to use the file that we brought back that time. So this is an image that we got as part of the astronomy picture of the day from NASA. I'm going to take this picture and I'm going to send it back to a browser. So we've got our very basic web server here. We're using the HTTP package, and we're also going to use the file system package, or the file system module rather. Inside here, we're going to create our server. So we've got our request and a response object, and all we want to do is when we get a request, we're going to grab this picture and send it back to the browser. Now, if you ever need to just check to see whether or not something exists, there is a method here, file system access. There was previously a method for file system.exists, but that one's been deprecated. Access tells you whether or not you can access it, whether or not the current user that is running Node has permission to access a certain file. So if you're just looking to figure that out, access will tell you that. You can see we're passing in here a file name. So __ dir name. This is a built-in variable that's available in any Node program you ever write. This will give you the current directory that you're inside of. And I'm going to look for this file inside of my current directory, checking to see if that exists. We're looking to see if this is the status that comes back. Yes, if OK means we're good to go. We're allowed to access this file. And then this is the callback function that's going to run. And if there is an error that gets passed in, so we're going to write out the message, this path right here. And then if this is true or false, we're going to write either does not exist or exists. So if there is an error object, we will write out does not exist. If there isn't, if this was null, there was no error, then we're going to get exists. So that's just a simple check. You don't have to have that here for what we're doing because the read file itself, if it fails, there is an error object that's going to tell us sort of the same thing. Like I couldn't find that file. But this is an additional check that you can do. Inside of here with read file, the file system read file method you pass in, first parameter is the path and file name that you're looking for. And then we've got a callback function here. We're going to have the error if it exists, and then the content from that file. Now I've done this one as an arrow function, this one's a regular function, this one's a regular function. Any one of these can be any of those that you choose. It's not going to make any impact whether you use arrow functions everywhere or regular functions everywhere. I just want to show that you could mix and match. It's better to be consistent in your code, but you can use either for these. Now inside my read file in my callback function that's going to run once we've accessed this, if there's an error, then I'm going to be sending back in my response object, res, which is defined up here by the create server. In my response, I'm going to be sending back a 404 error message with the content type set to HTML, and I'm just going to write out this message, no such image. And if it does work, then we're going to set the content type as image/JPEG. We'll send a 200 status code, and then content. This is what we're writing back. So this is what we get as a result of reading that file. So we're accessing this file, and then that whole thing is being passed to the resource, the response.in method. And at the bottom, we're just listening on port 1234. So we'll save that. We'll come over to our browser to check this out. Oh, sorry, it's not running yet. We have to start our script actually running. So we'll say node server send. There we go. Server's running on port 1234. We'll jump back to the browser, and I will reload this. And there it is. There is the file that we were looking for. There's the Orsted Nebula. Okay, that's working. Now, just to test out this error functionality, make sure it's failing, let's strip the A out of there. So now we've got the wrong file name. We'll save that. We'll close this. So Control C. There we go. And we'll start it up again. So now the latest version is running back in the browser. If we hit refresh, there we go. We get the HTML coming back with no such image. And that's it. That's all there is to sending back a file.
Problem is that I'm getting this error here. So I think I can't use the FS module inside of this. I'm not really sure. Maybe if I use response send. I think the best thing to do is just search for how to read zip file Node.js. I created a node file and then try to send with the information there.
Okay, so today we're going to be taking a look at a package called Decompress. Decompress is a package for decompressing zip files, tar files. So it's very simple to use. There's only a few commands, and right here I'm running the code asynchronously. And here I'm using the asynchronous await syntax, but you can also go ahead and use this with the .den syntax, and that would look like this. But for today's video, we're just going to be running it with asynchronous syntax. But it's very simple. You can see here we specify the path of the zip file and then the destination of where we want the extraction to go, and then we get some files here. We'll just go ahead and log out later, and then I show this basic done statement and an error statement if it errors out. But if we run this, you can see it goes really fast, and we get our file here, and you can see we have our content in here. And this, by the way, was content of the zip file. We can also go ahead and try this files. Let's delete this folder again, and you can see that we get both the data here, we get the file type, we get the path, we get some time here, and a mode. And we can go ahead and use this for different things. We can also apply filters to this. So let me just quickly copy a filter over here. So you define a filter like this. So it's pretty simple. This will exclude exe files. We can also go ahead and run a remap, and this will go ahead and remap the content of the folder. So I actually haven't ran this, so let's actually run it together and see exactly what it does. So let's go ahead and run it, and let's see. Oh, that was not what I meant to do. Okay, so you can see here, it just takes the name of every single file in the zip file, and then it renames it. So that's, again, really cool for automations. But that was all for this video. I know it's very quick, but it's also a very simple package. So if you like this video, hit the thumbs up button and subscribe button. If you want to see more of my videos, I have a go to videos right here, and hopefully see you in the next one.
API Routes Response Helpers. The server response object, often abbreviated as REST, includes a set of Express.js-like helper methods to improve the developer experience and increase the speed of creating new API endpoints. The included helpers are REST.status, code, a function to set the status code. Code must be a valid HTTP status code. REST.json, body, sends a JSON response. Body must be a serializable object. REST.send, body, sends the HTTP response. Body can be a string, an object, or a buffer. REST.redirect, status path, redirects to a specified path or URL. Status must be a valid HTTP status code. If not specified, status defaults to 307, temporary redirect. REST.revalidate, URL path, revalidate a page on demand using getStatic props. URL path must be a string. Setting the status code of a response. When sending a response back to the client, you can set the status code of the response. The following example sets the status code of the response to 200, sending a JSON response. When sending a response back to the client, you can send a JSON response. This must be a serializable object. Sending a HTTP response. Sending an HTTP response works the same way as when sending a JSON response. The only difference is that the response body can be a string, an object, or a buffer. The following example sends a HTTP response with the status code 200, OK, and the result of the async operation. Export default async function handler, REQ, res, try const result equals await some async operation, res.status, 200.send, result, catch, error, res.status, 500.send, error, failed to fetch data. Redirects to a specified path or URL. Taking a form as an example, you may Taking a form as an example, you may want to redirect your client to a specified path or URL once they have submitted the form. The following example redirects the client to the /path if the form is successfully submitted. Export default async function handler, req, res, const name, message equals req body try await handle form input async, name, message, res.redirect, 307, /catch, error, res.status, 500, .send, error, failed to fetch data. Adding TypeScript types. You can make your response handlers more type safe by importing the next API.
At least now it's working, but I'm still not receiving the file. Maybe I have to do a wait there. It's going through this stuff here because it's console logging email. Oh, maybe this I should be outside of this thing here. Yeah. It's probably the issue. It looks like there isn't an error now, but it's not sending, or maybe I have to just get the data on the front end and do something with it. It doesn't look like it's getting anything. So there's two things that I can try. One is do this with the folder instead of the zip file, and the other one is use the other method to see if it works now, which is choose the send file. I think regardless of which one, I'm gonna have to do something on the front end to display the downloader thing. Why is console logging the email there? After the zip. That's also weird. It's running this after it runs this. I don't understand why this doesn't work. Maybe it's because it's inside of the function. But there's a way to. Send file is not a function. So it's probably a mistake that from ChatGPT. Which is weird, but interesting. So the path is incorrect, but it looks like it's working. I think that I don't know though is if I'm gonna be able to get this from the front end, or how I'm gonna get this. That's the stuff that is not clear. Like, do I make this equal to a variable and then pass the variable in the response? There's so many different ways as well. That's the thing. I'm not sure which one to go with or to try first. Because it's a zip file folder, it makes things different, I think. It might be better to try with this archiver thing here. Not sure why it's not moving up the... And I know that it's on a different folder as well as on this folder here. But I don't know why it's not going to the main thing. If I put the 2 dots there, it's supposed to go 1 level up. And it's probably something to do with the Next.js source code. And that's work. It seemed like it worked, but it's not showing this thing here. I don't know. And because it's probably because I have to do something with the string. I have to make this equal to a variable and then pass, or do the pipe thing, response pipe, and then yeah, that's probably what I have to do. Maybe this goes after the setting the headers. Let me try with this one first, and then I'm gonna try with the zip again. This one. Yeah, so this is asking for, I can't put the zip because it's asking for a folder. And the other one, the problem is I have to do it on the way that ChatGPT says there, I think. Where does this come from? Yeah, this is confusing me more than it's helping, to be honest. Probably gonna give me an error, but I just wanna see how it works. I don't understand though. I'm gonna try this thing here. I should probably code something on the front end as well to console log or something on here, so I can see what I'm receiving as the response. Trying to think or remember if you use get server side props, you get this stuff automatically. It's also something. Because I remember I did something like this where I was sending the data and then I was receiving something with the get server side props. So it might be a better way to deal with the information that I receive back by using a get server side props instead of putting the den here. Just see the data, which is another thing to think about. Let's see if this works. The reason why I changed it is because it says it's deprecated, but it's telling me to use this instead, but looks like it is not working. If I do this, still doesn't change anything. We should probably... Yeah, now I'm not really sure. Because I remember I was creating the file somewhere. I think I erased that part. Oh no, here. Yeah, that's what it says. It told me to do. So it pipes the buffer before. Because I was thinking the mistake might be that I have to use a lock and then put the file inside. But that's not what ChatGPT is saying to do. It is also saying that buffer.alloc is not a constructor. Oh, maybe it was right, but I just have to remove the new. Maybe that's the issue. Yeah, let's try like this. Let me try to remove this and see if it works. Oh, I don't have the... Oh, the other question that I just have right now is I should probably check to see if the email is already on the database, because I'm not sure if I'm probably adding a bunch of emails. So obviously I don't want that. If the email already exists on the database, then I have to do something else. It looks like it's working, but I'm not... I think the best thing to do now is to create the code for the front end and see if I receive anything, if I'm receiving anything. Yeah, that's the thing. Also, how can I remove this? I'll probably do it with the Nix thing. As if I leave it like this, then people can obviously spam a bunch of emails. Which brings me to the another question, which is probably to do email verification is a lot harder as well, because then I have to use NodeMailer to send an email and then confirm the email. I'm not sure if that's necessary or not. Let me think about it. Because the thing is, if I have to use NodeMailer, then it's probably easier to just install MailChimp, put some iframe or something like that from MailChimp, for the email. That would be a lot easier, I think. And I'm not sure if it's possible, but if that's the route that I decide to go, then I'm gonna search for this. And because if I use the node mailer, but maybe it's possible to use it for free as well. And then the problem is, I think it gets too complicated for, maybe for the blog is worth it to do it. But I just wanna get this, just wanna deploy this as fast as possible. I think I'll focus first, because the thing is that I'm thinking about now is that even if I stop people from submitting the same email multiple times, they can just do a bunch of fake emails. There's no way to test, that's the problem. Unless I build a node mail, then I'm gonna have to build something that sends an email and then build all the code that accepts the response later. The verification. That's gonna be a lot of time as well. I don't think it's worth to do it for the landing page. I think I'll spend time studying that when I'm doing the blog. But it's gonna be different because the blog is probably not gonna have emails as well. Maybe, eventually I'm gonna have it, actually. And then it might be worth it, because I was thinking about using a password, but I think it actually is probably better to just have the email. The other thing that I can do is send the stuff through email myself as well. Send the zip folder as in the email. That's another alternative, instead of allowing them to download the file after putting the email there. But the thing is, I'm not sure if that's possible with using serverless functions and Next.js. I think I'm probably gonna have to pay for hosting them if I do it like this. I'll focus on making this work first, then I'll think about it. What I was gonna do? Oh, I think... Did I test this? I think I did, but let me do it again. It looks like this is working, but it's not showing any errors anymore. So I think I'm gonna try to do it here. I forgot how to do this as well. The then thing here. I think maybe it accepts the response. Something like that. Let's see if this works. This one I think it shows up here. Cannot read properties of undefined. Reading status. Oh, here. So let me put this stuff here. Yeah, but it looks like I'm receiving the response. Now the question is, how do I access this? I think it was on the body. Where's that body? It's also giving me this, still giving me that. Because of this. And the thing is, I'm gonna change this music. Yeah, that's true. I should put this stuff after the if statement here. Oh, maybe I should search for this first. It does look like it exists.
Looks like there's rain up ahead. Like there's a crack in the heavens. Feels like my day could be turning. Like I can tell that my luck's gonna change. If you could see me now, I'd probably let you down. But that's enough for me. You got me begging, baby. Looks like I'm on my knees again.
What the fuck is going on? Why is not working? Failure to launch. I think this is something else, but maybe not.
Looks like the tables have turned. Like there's a change in the weather. Feels like my time is returning. Like I'm about to get out of this cage. If you could see me now, I'd probably let you down. But that's enough for me. You got me begging, baby. Looks like I'm on my knees again.
Yeah, it looks like that stuff is from something else. But there's no errors here. And no errors here. So maybe this is the problem. Overload resolution. How do I fix this?
Looks like I'm on my knees again. 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 Looks like I'm
I have to think about how to ask this, but I'm gonna ask because I'm receiving a readable string. I think so far what is going on here is that I'm creating the zip. I'm creating the zip from the folder of the stuff that I wanna send. Then I'm adding the email to the database, setting up the headers, and then I'm sending the zip with the response, and that creates a readable string. But then this method accepts a blob instead of a readable string, and then I'm not sure what the other thing does. If I can put any name there, how does that work? Yeah, data blob. So maybe how to convert string blob. Okay. Right, so. I think first I need to convert into a blob, then pass to the file saver. But then the name of the file, I'm not really sure how it works. Maybe I don't even need to send from the server, now that I think about it. Because I can just check if the response is okay or status 200. And that seems a lot more simple than what I'm trying to do here. It doesn't make sense to... I think it does make sense if I separate the place where I'm gonna put the files from the front end, obviously. But because I can get the file from this folder as well, from the front end. And if I can use this stuff here, then I don't even need to receive the file as I can just create the blob here and then pass the file. This works. The issue is that there's so many ways and so many different things you can do that it's hard to decide or what thing is the best to do, or what path is the most promising to follow. And now it looks like it changed, but I'm still not, it's just frozen here. Might be because it's passing the file or converting the stream and it takes more time to convert. But that's obviously a problem. I'm going to do it like this. Yeah, I'm not sure what to do now. If I should just wait. As there is no errors here. And I think it is working, but because previously it console logs everything, console logged the email after this true, now it's frozen there. Yep, actually I'm not really sure, because the sending the file should come after doing the inserting the email. But maybe it only console logs after the function is done. Could be that as well. Which means that now, although it's working, it's sending the data and sending the file, and then it takes a lot more time. But I'm not sure why that didn't happen. Maybe because before, if I don't transform, if I don't do anything with the read stream, then it's instantaneously because you're not using the data. But if you're converting to a blob, then it has to send all the data, and that takes more time. Not sure. And this one. Yeah, so there's several questions now. I think it's gonna be. I think what I'm gonna end up doing is use the MailChimp stuff. It's easier, and it feels like I'm spending time. It's not the most efficient way to spend my time. I think for this one I'm gonna use MailChimp, and then for the blog I'll see if I incorporate Node Mailer or something like that. And then, because I wasn't thinking before about the confirmation of the email. I forgot about that. And if I spend too much time doing this, then it's not worth it, because I could be spending this time to produce content, to create a blog and start creating text and copy and stuff like that. But I do wanna at least make this one work, so I know in the future how to do it, to allow the file should be downloaded. So I think I'm gonna wait for this. Not wait, keep trying until I figure out how to do it. But after I do this, then I'm probably gonna use MailChimp. It's probably gonna be easier to implement as well. Yeah, what should do now? I think I'm gonna stop here. I'm gonna wait for a little bit. Because I have no idea if it's working or not. There's no messages or anything like that. And I'm also tired. So if this one doesn't work, I'm gonna have to try a different method, which means that I might have to change everything again from here. I'm thinking about not doing this file stream here. Yeah, that might be something I can try before I stop here. Which is just to use this file saver directly. And don't send anything through the response. I don't want to create a zip though. That's the thing. Let me try to do this stuff here. I think this is the last thing that I'm gonna try, then I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna see what I'm going to do off stream. But I might do the email thing, the email verification thing, or even install Node Mailer and send emails. Yeah, but for the Node Mailer stuff, I know that I can't host on Next.js. That's the thing. Because I think the reason why I moved to Heroku with the portfolio is because I couldn't use the Node Mailer. Because you need the server. But maybe it's possible to incorporate that on the serverless functions. Yeah. Yeah, maybe it is possible actually. So I might try to do that after I figure this stuff out with the allowing people to download the zip folder. Nice. Finally. Hey, there we go. Nice. God damn. Wasn't expecting to be this hard. Yeah, now I think I'm gonna stop here. I'm gonna... because there's several different things that I can do. So I have to think about what's the best path to go. Because if I do the whole email response, the thing that I'm not sure is because I'm probably gonna use the email response thing in the future. So, and it is a good skill to have to be able to build that kind of stuff. Even though I know that, because I've built in the past the email thing to allow people to send email, I know that I can do it, and it's not that hard. But at the same time, I don't know, because then in the future I'm gonna have, if I follow this route, I'm gonna have to do, like, there's several other things that I have to build for sending the emails to everyone as well. I'm not sure if it's worth it. It's probably better to just use MailChimp and then focus on the content first, because that's the most important part. This stuff is more detailed, I think. Because once you have content and you have the affiliate links and then start making money, then you can think about this kind of stuff, I think. I think that's probably a better path to go. But maybe, yeah, I think I'm gonna leave it like this. I'm gonna deploy. I'm gonna deploy and start posting and share this link, and then I'll think about what I'm gonna do. And now, obviously, what I have to do is to figure out a way also to delete all the folders, which is probably gonna be something similar to this, where I figure out I'm gonna figure out which function to use to delete the emails that I added there to the database. And also, I think I can remove all this stuff from here. I can just send the 200 response, and I can do the way that I was doing before. I think that's what I'm gonna do. So if the response is 200, that means that the email was accepted, and then the file is downloaded. Otherwise, it doesn't allow people to download the thing. I can delete this stuff.
Wasn't what you wanted. Wasn't like they said it would be. Now I'm being honest. Oh, nothing comes for free. Falling into focus. I was so eager to please. Feeling like it's hopeless.
Yeah, but that's the easiest way, so I don't think I'm just gonna delete all this stuff. Hopefully it still works. I don't see any reason why you wouldn't. And the issue with this is obviously that people can spam emails. Okay, so it works. And let me see if there's all this stuff. Oh fuck. So it's not putting the files on the folder. Yeah, that's an issue. So it's probably because of the way that I'm doing. But I think this way works. I just have to figure out this method here. When I create the blob, it's probably something different or the zip folder here. Because it's just zipping the folder and nothing else. me try to put the top here. It doesn't have anything. But I think this way works. I just have to figure out how to create a zip here. But that's probably the best way to do it, and the easiest way as well. So I'm gonna stop here. I'm gonna think about what I'm gonna do, what route I'm gonna decide to go with. I'm probably gonna come back tomorrow or 2 days from now, something like that, and continue to. Probably next time I won't do this stuff. Well, hopefully, if I have deployed this already, I think I'm gonna focus more on studying marketing and the copywriting and things like that.